Hello! How is everyone? Oh, I was like, do I not hear game? I do hear game. Hi, Ray. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Tori. Hi, guys. Welcome in. I do feel like this is just a smidge low, though. Okay. Exhausted, but good. Sorry you're exhausted, but I'm glad you're good. I'm glad you're good. Gigi is on the hunt for these antlers today, so change of my plans. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Are you enjoying Jet Force Gemini? I used to play that when I was younger. Lots of hiking. Where'd you go? If you don't want to share because like doxing reasons, that's fine. But if you went to like a big park, you could like, but yeah, where'd you go? Like local or big? Or... The Burger King. It is weird, isn't it? He's normally a sneaky killer.
I apologize, sir.
What skills? I've defeated Godric.
Well done. Something
Well done, friend. Roger's right there.
No need to be pull.
Probably shouldn't be doing this without her.
But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross.
The pointy bit of Minnesota.
Dee was telling that he discovered the centipede. As long as whoever we may be able to form.
Oh,
I could speak to them.
it's still me.
Game.
I'm the problem.
Hello.
Hello.
It's me.
Hi.
I'm the problem. It's me.
Okay, do you remember how to join me?
Yes, I do. I was
Okay.
just chilling.
Okay,
Oh, I
good.
need to actually be in the game. Inventory. In
Benjamin Tory.
Benjamin Touré. The first thing we hear from Pig is I'm the problem.
Because I was like, wow, Gigi's talking to her chat for a really long time, and then I looked down at my stream deck and I saw that my deafen button was still pushed, and I was like, oh.
Sometimes you just gotta chat.
Sometimes sometimes you just ignore your friends.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, so I was gonna give you a few options today, but I'll still give you these options. But so story-wise, we're kind of like right where we need to be story-wise. So in order to progress to the next area, we need 2 great runes, which we have.
Okay.
But there's a lot of like physical walking on the way there. So we have a couple options. There's an elevator that we can go to that'll bring us straight into Altus Plateau, which is where we need to go for the next area of the story. But we need to collect 2 medallions.
Okay.
We can take the quote-unquote shortcut, which is through the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can completely abandon all of that and we can go back into hell. If you remember that like all red area that we accidentally got teleported to, we can go back into hell and we can defeat that area boss, which will unlock the rest of Underground. Where your antlers are.
I have a singular goal.
Right.
And it is
so
antlers.
okay, so we're going back to hell.
Great.
We're going to go back to hell. Okay. All right.
Amazing.
So let's go to which is the best way to do this? All right, we're gonna go back to the Summonwater Village outskirts.
Which is under which?
It should still be in Limgrave.
Limgrave.
Limgrave. How is volume, guys? Is volume good on all fronts? It's so hard now with a 2 PC setup because I'm like, I don't know, everything sounds fine to me, but what sounds good to me doesn't matter.
You got them 2 PCs?
I got the 2 PC now.
Bro.
Mm-hmm.
Volume good? At least on the GG side, volume good.
Good. So fancy.
Oh, it's
Well, the
memories.
problem is my PC was getting to the point where it couldn't do both at the same time. Like it couldn't stream
Sure.
and play games, but like it can still stream. Like it can still take the brunt of the stream. So I just got a new PC for my game.
For the game.
For the game.
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 Oh my god.
Oh my good. All right, we're going back to hell, guys. My
Oh,
least
I've got
favorite place in this
some-
game.
I've got some runes somewhere, unless I've
Oh.
died so many times.
You have runes somewhere? Is it in the
Yeah.
school?
I don't know. Can
You
I
can
see it
yeah,
on
you
the
can see
map?
on your map.
It's in hell because I died so many times. Okay.
Oh, it's in hell.
But I
Okay.
probably don't actually have that many.
Well, we defeated the
Oh.
boss, and then I don't know. We did that town area too. So I mean, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll
we
see how many.
defeated the boss, and then we like went out of the boss area and like fought a bunch of dudes, and then I kept dying, and then we were like, let's leave, and I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Hi, Mac. How are you? Long time no see. Good to see you. All right.
hello.
Oh, we've already been here. We've clearly already looted here, so that's good. Oh, Anastasia? Why?
Why is she back?
Yeah, we killed her, didn't we?
We super did.
Interesting.
Your sword is very large, ma'am. Oh, I forgot to dodge.
Oh, are you
I'm-
locking on?
Yes, I did that. I did remember to
Yay!
do that. I'm so smart.
Oh, she got riggedy wrecked.
Riggedy. Wrecked.
Riggedy wrecked. Cool.
Maybe not. Maybe it's because I died during that fight. Maybe it's my fault that we had to fight her again.
Oh, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't
I
be.
know.
But I don't know.
Oh,
Sometimes
you know,
the co-op is a little
we-
funky.
also, the reason why we ended up getting transported to hell is because we were looking for the thing for my sword.
The thing for your... Oh, yeah, we were looking for Unsheathe, and you opened the trap chest.
I did.
Yes, and I was
because-
like, no, don't! As you...
like literally as I
as you
clicked the
pushed
button.
it.
I like how we can just ride our horses to hell.
Yeah, this is hell. Oh, do we have flasks? Oh, we got a sacred tier. So you should be able to do your flasks as well.
I think I already did that.
Okay.
Yeah, because now it's saying I need 3.
Okay. No,
I-
not the golden seeds, the sacred tier.
Oh.
The increased...
Oh, the physic?
Yep. No. So go back to flasks, and then it should be the second or third option that says like increase. Oh, second option. Yeah, you did it already though. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you can do it. Oh, see? Oh no, you can't. You can't. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's like, you don't have any of this. And I'm like, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, all right, we're gonna stay on the path most of the way there.
That's a big fucking bird.
Yeah, they will literally peck your face off.
Oh, cute.
Nothing here is cute. This is hell, remember? Remember, okay?
Listen.
There are
you think
big
to be
mutant
sarcastic.
birds. Look at big mutant dogs. Oh, we need this gold thing. Whatever this is, we need this. Let me see if I can get it. Close
Oh,
enough.
I don't like these guys. Are these the big mutant dogs you were talking
Yep.
about? I don't like them.
Yep, I don't like them either.
They're
Let's kind of
faint.
see if we can just do a little...
Avoid them.
Yeah.
A little,
Just a little
little
loop-de-loop
later.
here. Is there anything in this one? There is. Let's see what's in here.
How was my Saturday? My Saturday was okay. It wasn't as
Oh, a
productive
great
as it could have
sword.
been.
Okay. Oh, you didn't get all of your adulting done?
No, I was planning on doing very much adulting, and I only got like adulting light done.
Adulting 1.5?
Mm-hmm. Not the most productive of days, but we do what we can.
Okay. Should sit. We're gonna sit at pretty much every grace because we're just gonna always want to like de-aggro like everything around us.
Sure.
This
And
is
make sure that
not.
we've got,
This isn't necessarily
three.
end game, but it's just like everything here is just
Sucks.
mean and ridiculous, and we don't want none of that heat.
We don't want none of that nonsense.
We don't want none of that heat. These guys blow up,
Adulting's-
so just be
Oh,
careful.
No. Are we fighting them?
No, they'll just blow up and kill themselves, and we'll get the runes.
Oh, oops.
Or you can fight them.
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to fight them? Oh,
No.
that's fine. You got out of there, right? You didn't get blown up?
No blowns.
Okay. No blowns. You heard it here first, chat. Gigi did not get blown.
I did not. I'm just letting them explode around me.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, gentlemen.
And then we get the wounds. I
Wound.
just don't remember if there's something here that's good. I feel like Caelid is one of them that was like had something. I hate it here, so did you remember to eat? I actually have not eaten either. I will probably dursh.
Remembering to eat is hard.
It is, but also like I was kind of like good. Mac, thank you. 29 months.
Dang. A planned couch rot day? I understand. I need more of those.
Doritos chip, Doritos chip, Doritos chip.
Is that what your text-to-speech said?
Yes. Doritos chip, Doritos chip, Doritos chip.
I had some friends who would do the slice of pizza, and so it would always be slice of pizza, slice of pizza, slice of pizza.
You stayed in bed till like 5. I did
That's
too, but
glorious.
hear me out. I started a new game, and I may have accidentally stayed up till 6 o'clock playing it, and then my mom didn't obviously realize that I had stayed up till 6 o'clock, so she called me at 11 to ask me something. And then I was like, well, I'm already up. So then I got back on the game.
What game?
Jurassic World Evolution.
I thought I saw you playing that. Do I have text-to-speech on bits? I don't know.
Just let all these guys blur up.
I think I have text-to-speech on bits.
Anastasia is back. Riggedy wrecked. Oh, Gigi bot.
Me?
Oh, Gigi bot.
I am bot.
I am the bot. All right,
I am the bot now.
Let's go touch this grace over here.
Sorry, I needed to destroy something.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna restore it in a second
must-
anyway when I touch the grace.
Destroy all. Ooh. I want to look. Can I look in this?
Yeah.
A telescope.
A telescope. Yeah, you can see everything.
Telescopy. Oh, I don't like it. It doesn't look like fun over here.
It's not. Touching grace is not a substitute for touching grass. They sound the same, so I
They're
think
basically the same
they're
thing.
basically the same thing. Exactly.
I don't see the confusion here.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Oh, there's a merchant over here.
A merchant.
A merchant.
Wee. Wait, where'd you go? There you are.
Is there
got
a
distracted
grace
by
near this
that.
merchant? I don't see it.
Perchance.
Perchance merchant?
Chance merchant.
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Thank you.
Please.
Like it's a Pokemon?
Oh.
It is. It's merchant. Ooh, preserving boluses are gonna be good because we're gonna get rotted up the rot. Okay, that's all we
Should I
really
buy
want.
some of those?
Yeah, I would buy all 3 of those, yeah.
Okay. I can buy one
Oh, okay.
because I lost all of my.
What do those say?
saxophone emoji, centipede emoji.
No
saxophone
way.
emoji, centipede emoji.
It would have been funny if it was like saxophone centipede, but saxophone centipede, saxophone
emoji,
centipede.
emoji.
Oh, I love when it reads the faces out loud and it's like crying, laughing emoji, or like disgruntled face emoji.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, yeah, I was just jumping on rocks around you.
We're just bouncing.
Yeah, I was just jumping. Oh, there is a Grace.
something
See, I
gotta
knew
be
it.
bounced.
I knew it.
A Grace.
A Grace.
Oh my god.
All right, now let
there's
me
a-
look.
There's a rune. Thank you.
All right, so the map is over here. Number 2 over there. Okay, so listen, this red water is not water. It is disgusting. Don't touch it. Stay on your horse.
It's bad.
Yeah, don't let it touch you. It won't like insta-kill you. You'll get a status buildup called Rot, which will just slowly eat away your health. So just try to stay on your horse as much as you can over here.
Horse
We're gonna
is
have to get
fine.
off, but like, yeah, the horse
Legs
is fine
is
because it's a
bad.
magic horse. It's fine. Hi, Key.
Magic horse.
A magic horse. It's actually a spectral steed.
Spectral steed.
Spectral steed.
Spectral steed.
Spectral
It's
steed. Yeah.
We saw the apparition you tried to pull today.
Oh, look, we're back in Caelid.
Caleb.
We're back in hell.
Fucking Caleb, am I
Hi,
right?
how are you? I'm good. Are you feeling better, Key? A Pokemon horse? A spectral steed. Did you get the map? Okay.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying really hard.
Oh, look, another merchant.
There we go.
2
Map
merchants.
found.
2 merchants. Wait, I can't
merchants
speak to the merchant. There's gotta be
I
a
could talk to this one.
Grace. There's gotta be a
Purchase.
Grace.
I can't buy any of this except for Gravity's Advantage. Do I want that? Is that a spell?
No, it's no. It's just a note. It basically tells you, hey, fall damage.
Oh, sure.
Basically, hey, fall damage.
Hold on. Hold
Yeah.
on, fall damage? No.
Okay, there's
Look at all these flowers.
they're not they're buds.
For flowers.
Sure. There's Scarlet Aeonia buds.
Oh.
I think there's a golden seeb over here. There is. Look at that. Seeb. Till literally now when I had the biggest coughing fit of my life, like damn. Otherwise I'm glad you're getting better, but yeah, that sucks. When you're like, I'm doing
damn.
great, and then I breathed the wrong way.
That's kind of existing after 30, though.
It's true. You're like, ouch, I
gotta
breathed.
It's almost like, ouch, I slept.
Oh god, that's the worst. You're like, all I did last night was go to sleep.
Or being chased by a dog.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to let him not touch. And go to the next Grace, which is over here.
Big dog. Big dog.
Thank you for doing your daily duty.
Dute.
Duty.
Oh, that's a lot. Oh, no.
That's okay. I'm almost out of Grace. I'm almost out of Grace. I'm gonna try to touch it. Reach out and touch Grace.
Dooba 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 doo.
Okay. And there we go. Okay,
Resting.
so
Oh, I got a flask.
I actually remembered that we have to go to Altus before this castle. See, this teleporter isn't on.
No.
So
Okay.
we actually so do you want to go and get the 2 halves of the medallion and go on the elevator, or do you want to take the shortcut through the mountains?
Let's do the elevator.
Okay. So that means that we need to go Fort Faroth. Fort Faroth is over here. Okay, so Fort Faroth is over there. Fort Height is over here. Okay. All right, so let's go do the easier one first, and then we'll come back here. So we're going to go to, in Limgrave, we're going to go to Fort Hiked West. Fort Hiked West. Hiked.
Elevator. Take the elevator. Secret shortcut.
Through the mountains. Secret shortcut. Yeah. I'm right. I'm just up on this rock. I just went hop.
Yeah. I got stuck on a thing. Okay. Hop. Oh, you're on your horse, but I can't see your horse. I was like, how are you jumping up there?
Hop, hop, hop.
You look ridiculous with an invisible horse.
I know. This is the funny thing is this is specifically something that the people have asked them to not fix.
Because it's so silly.
It's so funny that they're like, just like don't fix the horse glitch. Like make sure that we can use our horses, but don't fix the horse glitch.
I see. Here's the problem. I thought you had jumped off. Okay.
Oh no.
We're good.
Yeah, no, I'm here. No, I did. I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
I thought you meant like I jumped off the cliff. I was like, no, I did not jump off the cliff.
I'm gonna learn how to use the right buttons eventually.
Pumpkin.
Oh no, I don't like him. Hello. Can I stab him in the butt? Oh.
You could, but I killed him. Because he turned around, so I was actually able to hit him.
I was trying to get him when he was turned away from me, but he was two-faced.
I never miss an opportunity. Well, listen, it's a good one. I have the song. I do have the song. Exclamation point tunnel is that song.
I have no qualms with that song. I don't know why anyone would ever. I like how I just kind of like blood rose. That's pretty.
I know.
I want one. Who is shooting at me?
A man.
A man? Well, maybe I can use my bow on him.
You should try.
How to bow?
Should be it should be at your bottom, your left. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Wow, look at that. Beautiful shot.
I'm amazing.
You're doing so good.
Look, I remembered some things.
Well, we've only been playing this for like 4 weeks.
I know, but I still remembered.
I know.
Actually, murder.
Also
one
illegal.
of the worst crimes of all.
Do you also have a murder command?
Also
because
illegal.
that triggered a sound command
I
for
do.
me.
Yeah, it's the sound from Guardians of the Galaxy where he's like, well, that's murder, which is also illegal.
Mine is from the Vine. I brought you frankincense. Thank you. And I brought you myrrh. Murder!
Judas, no!
Judas, no!
Oh,
he fell down.
I fell down.
Oh, that was you who fell down.
Yeah,
I thought
it's a man.
I thought it was a man who fell down.
No.
Don't worry, I'll save you.
It was me, a woman.
Uh-oh. He's got the helmet. He's very confused. He doesn't know what to do with himself.
Mac, thank you for the biddies, for the emotional biddies.
Don't die! Don't die! Don't die! I'll protect you.
Oh my god. Oh, we get his Ash of War that he was using on me.
That's
Woo!
kind of cool. Can I kind of want it.
You should have gotten it with him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do I have to be out of grace to change it?
Yes, it's an Ash of War. Yeah.
Okay.
But don't grace because it'll reload everybody.
Yeah.
It's like no one cares about the rest of the song that he remembers the most important part. What's the most important part? I like your big head. Thank you, Eris. I love you. How are you? I have to lurk in like 20. No biggie. We'll be here. We'll be here all night.
We'll be here all day. All day, son. All day. Oh, wait. Was there anything over here?
Just a dead body. Dead
With
body
stuff
Ludi.
on him.
Yay! And die.
Oh my god, a 3-hour bubble bath? That sounds amazing.
Oh, that does sound so good.
Get all
Like, not fair how good
wrinkly.
that sounds. Good soup.
Good soup.
It was pink. Oh my gosh, did you have a bath bomb?
A bumba?
A bomba? Do you get the hip? The medallion? Medallion. Okay. Now we leave. A little dino? That's so cute.
Oh, dinosaur?
Dinosaur?
What kind of dinosaur?
Bubbles is the name of your toaster too? Nikki.
Oh.
Uh,
Gotta love it.
where was that man that attacked me? Like, where was he, like, hiding?
I don't know.
He just
where was
showed
that-
up.
That man.
Oh,
Is
they
he the-
took it
did he
out? That's unfair.
push you off of the
Well, he
thing,
pushed
or
me
did-
off of that ledge right there.
So I assume he was up there.
He
but I
had to
don't-
have been, but I didn't even see him. It was just like suddenly, just he was killing me. Suddenly, he was killing me. Is there anything behind the
Says
building?
we murder. Oh no, it's penguins. I can't murder them.
Don't murder them.
It's illegal.
I love that there's a clip of you're like, oh, we can't kill them as I'm killing them. And I was like, oh.
Oh, oops.
Oh.
Not the penguins.
I know,
The
you're like, they're penguins. We can't kill them as I'm swinging my blade. And I was just like,
Oops. I fell down.
oh. Oh no. Oh, you didn't die though. You just fell.
No, I just fell down.
Okay.
I fell down, go boom.
You go ouchie. Ouchie wouchie.
Ouchie McNouchie.
All right, we can leave here now. We got the medallion. And we can go to Grice, and you can put your new Ash of War on. The only thing about that Ash of War, it's very powerful, but it does damage you a little bit.
Oh. Uh-oh.
So you'd have to just manage your health, which you're totally amazing at that.
I'm always healing.
You're exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Like, you're so good at always spamming healing.
Always healing. Constantly healing. Where are you?
At the Grice.
Oh, where is that?
Of this.
Oh,
No, I'm trying to see where you are, but there's a little bit of a delay. Yeah, you have to go down. You're like right, you're pretty much like right there. You just went the wrong
I was
direction.
exploring and
It's
looking
okay.
at penguins.
It's okay.
I have priorities, and penguins are right
Penguins
up
are the
there.
priorities. It's fine. That's understandable, honestly.
Yeah.
Yesterday
it
was
so
World
sparkly?
Penguin Day. Was it really?
The world.
Turn behind you. There you go. Hello.
Talk to this. I know, but I'm.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to talk to the man? You can't. You just can't be on your
wouldn't let
horse.
me.
You just can't be on your horse to talk to him.
Yeah, it was too much work.
Oh, yeah.
This one, and we want.
Oh, can I level? I might be close to one. This game is so pretty. I never expected in the year of our Lord 2025 for me to say the words that Elden Ring is probably like my favorite game now. I love it.
Wow. I'm gonna try it. Although, standard blood?
Yeah, you want affinity, blood affinity. Mm-hmm. Get
I'm
this
intrigued.
blood
I know,
build up.
I'm just looking at what it does, though.
Oh,
What does it mean?
like what in what terms? Like the questions?
All the things that it's saying.
So your normal weapon does blood buildup. It does 45 blood buildup. So for every 148 damage. 45 of that affects their like blood threshold. So by putting the blood affinity on it, it now makes it 63 instead of 45. So their blood threshold gets broken faster. And you remember how I explained, like, when the blood proc gets activated, there's like a big chunk of health damage to them. So like you want their blood buildup to break quicker. So you want higher blood buildup.
So we can do the big damage.
The big dammies, yeah. So putting the blood affinity is raising the blood loss buildup from 45 to 63.
But it looks like
it's taking down, yeah,
is bad.
it is taking down your physical damage. But if you look, you see how it has strength, but now it's also adding arcane damage to it. So if you put a couple points into arcane, those numbers will go up.
Got it. Okay. We'll give it a try. The problem is I can't switch it back.
Oh,
I
to
don't have the
unsheathe. Yeah. Well, oh, fuck. Did we end up separating and seeing if we could get it from yours? Did we try or no?
We did not try.
I mean, we can always try, and we can always see if we can get it from yours. Get it in your world.
We'll go with this for now, and then we'll worry about that later if I want to switch back.
Okay.
So
okay, so we went to Fort Height, so now we have to go back into Hell, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult because we have to go way far into Hell, which is not going to be fun.
Okay.
So we have to go to... Not the Chair Crypt. What's the best way to go from here? The Church of the Plague and up, maybe?
Plig.
All right, so we're gonna try going from here. I'm not entirely sure this is actually the best route, so we may go halfway and then be like, oof, this actually isn't the best direction to go. So okay. Expedition 33 is gorgeous. If I was into that genre, I would definitely grab it. I might even grab it just because, like, I think the story is so cool and I think it looks so cool.
What is Expedition 33?
So it is it's a turn-based game with like quick time events, and it's a French RPG, and it's basically, so like there's this being known as the the painter, and every year she wakes up and she paints a number on like this monolith, and everybody who is that age dies. They're just like erased from existence.
Oh damn.
Yeah. So this year she writes 33. So there's like a group of people called Expedition 33, and they're basically trying to like stop the painter, so like she won't like keep painting numbers and killing people anymore. But it's so pretty, and like the art style is so pretty. It's just like, oh, and there's a lot of like famous voices in there too. Like one of the main characters is Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. One of them is Charlie Cox from Daredevil. Is it on Game Pass? I know Oblivion is on Game Pass, which is why I haven't bought it.
Well, it's doing that weird shadow thing again. Oops,
really?
I died.
I did too. I hate these guys.
I had a very brief flicker.
That's so weird. I wonder like what made it start doing that.
I don't know.
Because it wasn't doing that before.
I forgot to check my health.
No, these guys just are so obnoxiously annoying. I hate them so much. It's on Game Pass. Let's go. Cool. So I don't even need to buy it. I can just play it. Especially because I'm pretty sure my Game Pass came out and like left me with like $1.20 in my account, and I was like, motherfucking Game Pass.
I keep forgetting that I have Game Pass.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I have Game Pass. I may have canceled Game Pass.
GTA, what did I say? GTA. GTA is on Game Pass now. That's funny. It's very interesting. Yeah, but if you haven't noticed, I am like very much just not trying to get any of this heat here. I hate it here.
I've noticed, and that is fine with me.
I'm just in and out. Well, I'm excited that Expedition 33 is on Game Pass. Crime Scene Cleaner. Yeah, I've seen Crime Scene Cleaner. Wait, is she gonna die again? This happens sometimes. We're about to get a bunch of runes if this bitch is about to just croak.
Oops.
This giant dragon right here. Oh, nope, she woke up her babies. Nope, she woke up her babies. Sometimes in co-op, she'll just like die. Like, she'll just like wake up and she'll just die. And she gives you like a lot of runes. She gives you like 50k, 60k runes or some shit. Damn. Yeah. But
I'm not ready for that.
no, it's okay. We're definitely not. We're not doing that. We're gonna go find a Grace.
There's a big dragon.
Yeah, she doesn't move. She doesn't attack, but if if she wakes up, she'll call her bibis, which is what happened.
The bibis.
The bibis.
Le bébé.
Le baba. Wait, there's a map. There's a map over here. How can we map?
Map on the map.
There's
on the map.
dragons here though, but I think we can go right around. Excuse
avoid
me.
them?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Pardon.
Pardon. Coming through. Excuse me.
Oh.
Map.
Just gonna squeeze past you real quick.
Just excuse me. Just coming right through here. Excuse me.
Oh no.
Wow, look at how close I was.
I'm
just
not good at
guessing.
the drive-by map.
You're not good at the drive-by map? Okay.
No. But I'm doing my best.
It's all good. We're going back this way. I think we can make that, but let's go down this way. Whee! Yeah. Just don't jump, just fall. There you go. Okay. Ready? Because we're gonna run.
I'm already running.
Ready? Okay, run. We don't want none of these dragons. We want the dragons to go back to sleep so that we can get the runes from her.
Get sleeping.
The new Indian, yeah, it was a day one Game Pass.
Interesting.
Mm.
How is your horse so much faster than my horse?
Are you pressing B?
Yeah.
Are you holding B?
Yeah.
No, just tap it. The horse doesn't run the same that we run.
Oh, so just like keep tapping it?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, like a horse. You're like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I got
Exactly.
flaced. Oh, now somehow I'm off a tier. Because now I can do the sacred tier.
What? How is there a tier there has to be a tier you didn't get. When I was like, tier, and then you were like, okay, and then you probably never came back.
Well, I picked up one at the place that we just traveled to.
Yeah. Yeah, but it could have been any of the ones from before. Like, it could have been back by Hogwarts. Like, all right.
Maybe.
Now,
Pick one up then?
we're going to go kill her, but we're going to just stab her tail out for a very, very long time.
Okay.
She has a very lot of health. Let's see if I can get somewhere where I can do damage. Yeah. Oh. Not hitting her here. There we go.
Let me see her.
It's up there. It's very full.
I see.
What is this feather thing? This is Grail. She's an old dragon who can no longer fly. And she just lay and just lay and just lay. And if you kill her, she give you a lot of runes.
So many.
So many. But if you see her, see, this is her health bar right there, the one that...
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I was trying to show chat, but I think it's under my health bar, or under my camera. She has a lot of health. Same, baby girl, same. Yeah, I'll show you on the map where she is in a second. We're almost over halfway, though. It's because you're doing bleed damage to her, which is awesome. I'm doing cold damage.
Cold damage.
Cold damage.
Get fed.
Come on, we're like we have like a third left. Like 25%.
Get stabbed. Get wrecked.
Oh, there's a big chunky chunk you just did with your bleedies.
Get bleeded.
Get bleeded all over.
Get bleeded on.
Just don't forget your health, because you're using it.
Yeah.
Oh, we killed it to her. Look at, watch our runes, watch our runes. 50,000.
Ding 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 ding.
Homegirl just takes it. Yeah, cause she can't do anything. She a bitch. But yeah, it's right here.
Oh, lady.
Right here. So like here's Fort Feroth. So it's
Cool.
She's right next to it. Little kitty, big city. Oh, I saw that when that came out.
Oh, I started playing it. I got distracted, and I didn't.
That you got distracted by the cat game about getting distracted.
Yeah.
All right, let's 6 hours for completion. That's nice.
Yay, small.
All right, so let's put
Now I
some
can
stuffs to here.
So now I can
put some-
level up arcane for reasons.
For bleedies, yeah, you need some bloods, some blood. Let's...
I should probably give myself more health if I'm gonna be hurting my health.
Yes, it's probably importante. All right, 18,505. How many do I need for a level up? I literally need 270 runes, so give me like a 300 runey here. Or a 200. Two 200s. Which might be exactly what you need. No, I think the decision to get back into Red Dead might help me.
Or you're gonna be a cowboy?
Yeah, I started Red Dead, and I never, like, meant to just abandon it. It's just so many other games happened to come out that I was like, ooh, game, ooh, game, ooh, game. And now it's been, like, 6 months, and I don't remember what I was doing. So I'm restarting it. Hold on, come back out of here. I'm gonna see if this trick works. Let me see. Okay, so we may have distracted them. All right, come in. See if I got it to work. No, I didn't get it to work. Enjoy, Wolfie. Whoa. Whoa. She screamed my face off.
See that?
She
Fucking rude.
screamed my face off.
Why did I stop being locked on? Oh, I got poisoned.
Anna. Poisson. Poisson.
Oh, there's another one. Okay, hello.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. That's why I was trying to do the trick that I see speedrunners do, where they distract him. Ah! No, I need to get my runes. Don't you do it.
Les poissons, Steve. Okay, sir.
What is this? Where is this bat going? This bat is like, I'm free.
Freedom!
He's out of here. Holy.
I'm so poisoned. Oh no.
Do you have any green balls in your inventory?
Green balls?
Yeah, neutralizing boluses. I have 2. You might have one. We may have picked one up.
Inventory.
So second tab. No, you don't. I just saw you have the light red ones and you have the dark red ones. You don't have any green ones.
Okay.
Hold on. Maybe can I drop one for you? Let me see if it'll let me leave one. Here you go. Eat that. Eat the green balls.
I cannot pick
You can't pick it up?
It's not giving me any options.
All right.
Wait for it to go. It's not going away.
No, you're gonna have to rest, but if you rest, all these things will come back. All right, just flask. We're gonna have to run.
Yeah.
Because we just have to get to the top of this tower and get the other half of the medallion. Good. Okay. All right, run to the ladder. All right, we're gonna try to not get this lady's attention. Oof, I got to poison.
We're climbing so fast.
Right, I am also poisoned now. It's okay, we're here though. We're here.
Poison friends.
This. Okay. Okay, we have the medallion. Okay. Now we can fast travel away. Just go right to Fort Faroth so we can get rid of this poison. And then we will head to the elevator. Elevator. And then we don't need to rest and we don't need to respawn everybody because we should be are you still poisoned or you just have the because you're like you're
no longer poisoned.
Okay, you have the green goo on you like you are poisoned, but you shouldn't be. All right, so let's go back in here so we can get that medallion that's right there. Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it?
Do I see it?
Do you see it?
I see it.
Do you see it?
I see it.
We have to go all the way up and around. Stinky, I know. So stinky. Can you get down, bitch? Honestly. I am poisson. No.
Go die. Did you not?
I died. I have passed away.
Oh, no. Simply perish.
I am deceased.
Agnes, no!
Agnes has perished.
Ah! Do not poison me, I'm baby.
And poisson.
Oh, I got poisoned.
Poisson. It's okay, I'm coming back to fight.
I don't remember how to make it better. Okay. Oh,
I don't know how to make it better, she says. Why does the scream do so much damage?
I don't appreciate it. Oh, I need to heal.
Stop yelling at me.
I don't like when people yell at me. It makes me uncomfortable.
I don't like being yelled at. I don't like being yelled at so much I die.
Simply perish.
I simply perish. Can you stop poisoning the air?
Oh, damn. Get wrecked.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
You.
Yeah.
You. Les poissons, Steve. Poisson.
La poisson. La poisson. La poisson.
Hee.
Ho, ho. Exactly. It's exactly how it goes. And then we himp. And himp. Okay.
I jumped a little too far.
You... Okay. Okay.
I nearly died, but I did not.
You nearly perished?
I nearly perished. It's the alien lady.
this-
It's the alien lady. What lady?
This one.
Oh
It's this
no!
one.
Oh no! There are men.
Yeah,
there
they're
are
blue
men.
blue men. Blue men. No.
I did not buy a ticket to see the blue man group.
Blue men.
Where-
Oh my
where
god,
are
I got
you?
blue manned so hard.
Where even are you? Oh no! Ow! Ow! Don't!
Ow! Don't! Ow!
I am scared. I am frightened.
Yeah, I hate this place. For some reason, hell is split into... So hell, for some stupid reason, is split into a medium game area, which is Caelid, and then Grail's Dragon Barrow, which is this little tiny strip over here at the end, which is technically end game. So like this is like right before final boss difficulty, and it's like, why is this here right now? Like, what?
Why you do this?
Like, why? Look at like. It's right, like, this wall... Oh, where's my map? There we go. This, like, burning wall that's, like, right here is, like, the separation. So, like, all of this right here is end game. But all of this over here is, like, middle game. It's so dumb.
I'm just gonna pretend that the flashing is like lightning, and then it's cool.
I don't understand.
I don't either. It's
Especially because the first time we played, it did not do that.
not.
Okay, I gotta go this way.
Oh, I'm getting my wounds.
Right, let's get this man. This one man.
One single.
We may fight this one singular man. Okay. One man has perished.
One single man.
Wait, this other man just climbed the ladder? Men aren't allowed to do that.
Who said that men could climb ladders?
Who said that you could just kill me and get rid of all of my runes? Who said?
Sir.
I just want this medallion.
You stay over there.
Bring me that medallion.
Bring me the horizon. Bring me the medallion.
Bring me her head.
Did you die?
I did.
You're so close to being dead. No, this man.
Oh.
No.
Perish.
Don't. Ah, no, two men.
Simply
Too many men.
perish.
Oh dear God. Oh,
Oh,
no,
that's a lot
no,
of
no,
men.
no.
Yep.
Oh,
You
no.
got manned.
I got stabbed.
You got manned.
I was doing good until I wasn't anymore.
That's unfortunately how it works. Doing good until you are no longer doing good. No, man.
Not a man.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, Agnes died again.
It's too many men.
Agnes, no.
Too many men.
Too many men. Too many men.
Too many men.
Many men.
Listen, we have an issue, and it's the fact that there are too many men.
Too many men.
What are we gonna do to change this,
Ooh,
America?
Do I want to craft some different arrows? What do I want? What's this? How do I know what's good? about?
I mean, these guys are magic guys, so anything that is magic probably is not going to be very effective. So, like, fire might be good. Poisson might be good.
Poisson.
Poisson.
Le Poisson, Steve. Oh, nope. Okay. Apparently, I'm not crafting anymore.
Yeah.
It just kicked me out of the
I am in
crafting.
combat.
Fine. Oh. I don't
with
get
men.
to craft because you're fighting men.
Yep, I ruin everything. Hi,
No.
I'm
I
the
blame
problem,
men.
it's me.
I blame men.
I killed a man!
Kill the men! Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna sneak around so I can get my runes.
Yeah, you do
And
that.
I will
I'll just
join you in the murder.
spam these men with magic. I killed another man. Oh my god, I've killed so many men.
Les poissons, Steve.
I killed the men!
Yes, good. Murder
Yes,
man.
good. I have killed them. Let's kill this man now. We shall kill this man.
No, I need to remember.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't put your shield up to me. Yes, that man is
Get
deceased.
wrecked.
Oh, we killed the men finally.
It's about time.
All right. Have you gotten your runes? There's
Yes,
one
yeah,
man
yeah.
down here, I see.
I did that first before I even approached any men.
Yes, climb the ladder to your death. Yes, climb the ladder to your death.
To your doom!
All right.
I want this item. Can you let me get this item? No, because it's like in the ladder.
Oh, bummer.
It's... I can't... I want it! Okay.
Rats! Rat! 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 Giant
Ow.
rat! Don't
I thought
get
I
me!
could oh, god damn it! I hit the wrong button again. Hell yeah.
Gigi, please save me! And she's just like drinking Kool-Aid.
Glub, glub,
Glub, glub. All right. Well, are you ready? Watch me. And then
Yeah.
hop. Yay. Okay, there's more big rat. Big rat.
Ah! Oh, damn.
Another big rat. Big, 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 big rat.
The biggest rat! Oh.
Big rat. Big rat. No. No. Big rat. Big rat. Big rat. Large rat. Crisp
Oh,
rat.
he chomped me. I got chomped the fuck.
Big rat. Ha! I killed the big rat with cold.
Hell yeah.
Okay. You should be able to just go
Sarybot
back. Everyone should be good.
Sarybot just banned whomever that is.
Get wrecked, kid.
Wrecked.
Get wrecked, kid.
Get absolutely wrecked. Absolutely. I'm
Oh.
running.
I will stand at the door. Hello. This is the door.
I will be there shortly.
You're good. We have both pieces of the medallion, so we can get out of hell temporarily. And then we have to come back to hell so that we can fight Radahn. But we only have to touch a grace in Altus Plateau for the warp to open up.
Get touched. Les poissons, Steve.
Okay. And then we do the little hop. And hop.
There's
Hop.
my runes. There she is.
There she blows. And then hop. 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 Yay! A legendary medallion.
Legendary.
Legendary.
Sorceal.
Radahn. Alright, so now we have to go back to Liurnia. So let's go here. So we're going to Liurnia of the Lakes.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to the North Lakeshore.
Northern.
Northern. Lakeshore. Northay Shore.
Hang on, let me check some stuff real quick.
No, take your time. Take your Tim.
I can level up.
Take your Timothy.
Timothy.
Timothy. I can't. Because I perished and lost my runes.
Well, you perished with the runes?
Yeah.
No.
I got poissoned on the way to my runes.
No.
I know.
You're on horse. I couldn't tell.
Oh, you can't see my horse again.
I was like, where'd you go? You left so fast. Oh, you're on a horse.
Yep.
Oh my god, this explains why I wasn't going as fast as you before.
Oh, because you were holding it down. Yeah, you just tap it.
Yeah.
Tap it, and you go tap, tap. Whee! Okay, so we go here. Ooh. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait. That's a teleport, isn't it?
I don't know.
Okay, go. Let's go to the main academy gate and see if there's a teleporter there now. Because we actually can probably just go right there instead of trying to go through the mountains.
Where's that?
Main academy gate is in Raya Lucaria.
I don't have that one.
Oh, okay. So go to
Somehow.
okay. Go to South Raya Lucaria gate. You don't have that one either?
No.
You do. I see it on the map.
Wait, isn't it on the
It's
list?
right. It's the one that's right above that one you're on. Okay.
Why is it not in my list though?
Because maybe it's technically Liurnia and it's not technically in the academy. I don't know.
That's some bullshit.
Some bullshit. Okay, so you're at main academy now. I don't need to go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains.
Okay. So I think this teleporty thing will take us to the other side of the bridge.
I remember seeing that before.
Yay! It did. This is exactly where we need to go. Perfect.
Hell yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heckin'
yer.
her
Her.
Bellum.
Like Miss Bellum from Powerpuff Girls,
Oh,
who you only saw from her boobs down.
yeah.
Okay.
Listen, sometimes all you see is boobs.
Sometimes.
All you see is boobs.
All you need is boobs. All you need is boobs. All right.
Boobs are all you need. Who's this?
Let her touch your fingies.
What's Phoebe? No.
No? You don't want to let her touch your fingies? Okay.
Does anything happen if she touches my fingies?
She goes, "Ooh, your fingers."
I don't like that.
No? You're not a fan?
Show hands. A video of... Oh, is this the... who you were talking about?
Aliens. Freaking aliens. You behind me? Ah!
No, I'm talking to lady who wanted to see my fingers.
Okay, I just got shot.
I have never seen that lady before.
Oh, they're all over the place. Or the aliens lady.
The aliens lady, yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Are you on your horse or are you on your feet?
I am on my feet. Because a man knocked me off my horse.
There's a man. There's a man here.
We don't like men.
No. You go over that way. Goodbye!
There are trebuchets here.
Trebuchets?
Trebuchets.
Are you bouncing? Oh no, that's a squirrel!
Oh, squirrel.
Making fun of America posing as an alien. And murder a squirrel.
Oh yeah, very important things.
Mm-hmm. I have priorities.
Yeah.
Priorities.
Not the men throwing rocks at us via trebuchets, but squirrels.
Well, to be fair, I hadn't gotten to the men yet. True. Oh, there's a man here. Ow! Why did you stab me? That's not very nice. Now you have to die. See, you didn't have to die before, and then you stabbed
But
me.
now you do.
So, clearly the consequences of our actions.
Alright, so if I kill the men, do the trebuchets no longer trebuchet? What does trebuchet mean?
Oh.
What are we trebbing, and what are bouchers?
What's this?
Also, before anyone comes at me, I know that that's not what it is, okay? I know. Everyone's like, wow, Pink's fucking stupid.
Rune arc.
Rune?
I don't know where you are, but there's a
I
man
am just killing the men in the trebuchets. I'm still here.
Gotcha.
I'm murdering trebuchets.
Ow!
Trebuches.
I found you. I found your name.
Yay.
Hello,
Who's
sir.
over here?
Oh no. Not
Oh,
the
that is a
man.
very large rat. That is a crisp
Oh, no.
rat. Okay, I'm coming to help you. Kill men.
Oh no. Sir, please don't.
Don't murder my friend.
Oh, okay. We decided to switch to that guy, apparently.
Don't murder my friend.
Ow.
Okay, I'm here. Hi.
Ow.
Get wrecked.
I can't see him through these trees. Ow. Ow. Please don't. Please don't. Please stop. I would like to murder you
Bro.
and not be murdered. Thank
Bro.
you.
Why is my second... There we go. I was like, how come my second attack is just not going off? Too many men.
Too many men.
Oh, a chest. What's in the chest?
Too many men.
Search treasure chest. Ooh, a mace. A mache.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
I'm not strong enough for that,
No, neither am I. I am definitely not strong.
but I have it. Oh. There's a skull.
A skull. Oh, look, there's a skull for me. It's weird that the skulls aren't the same for us.
It's super weird.
I don't think in the hundreds of hours I have in this co-op mod I ever realized that. Don't do it! He tried to blow the horn and I was like, nope!
Oh, that would have been bad.
Don't do it!
We don't like trumpets here.
We do not support the musical arts here in this stream. Man, a man, don't do that. Don't do it. He magicked his sword. He magicked his sword. I don't like it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Ooh, nice bloody
it.
slash. Get wrecked. Oh, you fucking thought, my guy. You fucking thought.
You thought.
You thought you were something. But you are not. You are not. Alright.
No one likes you.
You've no friends. You're adopted.
No one will mourn your death.
Only your fleas will mourn you.
That's a little too mean. I feel bad now.
It's okay. The elevator is straight ahead. Don't feel bad. He tried to kill us.
Sure.
Emotional damage. Thank you, Matt.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. It's true, though. Nobody will mourn him.
No one.
No one. He tried to kill us. TBH, he kind of deserved it. We made it to the elevator. Yay.
Yay.
All right, let's rest at Grice. And
At
then
Grice?
I'll let you do it. And then you can do
the thing?
Yeah, you can do the thing, the cutscene.
The thing?
Mm-hmm. Elevator hype.
Get hype.
Get hype.
Shall I share?
No, I don't want to hear.
Do I want to do any crafting?
Shall I tell you? Let my
Do you want to set shit on fire?
Fire?
Fire? I could set things on fire.
This girl is on fire.
I'm gonna set some stuff on fire.
This girl is on fire. I'm working on fire. I'm listening to you, I promise.
No, I'm talking to myself. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I now have arrow. Oh, I need to equip them.
A rose? A rose?
Arrow 1, arrow 2. Remove. Equip. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I did it!
Wow!
I'm so smart!
Honestly, like, not to be cheesy, but like, I'm so proud of how much you've learned in literally only playing this 4 times.
I'm amazing.
Go do elevator. Go do.
Elevator.
Ellie.
Get on the elevator, Ellie. Grand lift of hoist medallion.
Medallion!
Get hoisted!
Look, you're gonna take your little 2 halves and you're gonna go, by the power of Grayskull!
Grayskull! Oh my god. What you doing? They've got things in their faces. Oh my god.
Wow.
Wow.
Lift.
Get lifted.
Get lifted.
Get lifted, bitch. Yay! We found the elevator.
Elevator.
Oh. Yeet.
Yay.
Ooh, pretty.
Yay, now we're in Altus.
This is lovely.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's much prettier than hell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit.
That's one might say that.
Just a teeny.
That's a little teeny bit.
Alright, so we just have to touch a grace here to be able to go back to hell and fight Radahn. So we just gotta go find a grace without getting killed by those guys.
So sorry. I need your bones. Thanks. Now that I'm getting back to doing some arrow bullshit, I should probably
yeah, get some bones.
get some bones and some feathers.
Oh, Altus is so pretty.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot.
Like it.
It's quite nice.
Right, where's the
I'll take
closest
that liver.
grace?
Oh no, who are you? Don't fight me. It's a man.
Okay, they're weaker than the people we were just fighting.
Oh good. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
'Cause the people we were just fighting suck.
Yeah.
Oh. No murders.
No murders for you. I stole.
No.
I stole
My
it.
murders were pilfered.
That's too far of a fall, for sure.
Character development. Ooh, there's a thing to loot right here. Hello, you can't kill me. String!
Oh, string is
Hello.
important. Hello, sir.
Ow.
Okay, goodbye, sir.
Get wrecked.
Alright, I'm gonna get on my horse. I'm gonna
Saddle up my
see
horse,
how...
and I'll ride into the city.
Oh, we can make it down right here. I betcha. This won't hurt. Boom. Gotcha.
Just get our little jingle bells as we do a little jumper.
Yeah.
Rooney.
We just need to find any grace, touch a grace, find a grace, touch a grace. And then we can
Find
get
a grace,
the
touch a
fuck out of
grace. Take
here.
a penny, find a penny. Oh no.
You knock that off right now, good sir. I
Please
thought
don't.
that there was a grace very, very, very quickly, like after getting off of the fucking
You'd think there
lift.
would be. It only makes sense. Ooh.
There, it probably is, and like we probably just walked right past it like dummies.
Yeah, or went to the left instead of to the right.
Yeah, alright, I'm gonna head back over there. There's gotta be one over here.
Turtle neck meat. Why does turtle's neck look like that?
Well, because they cut the head off and then they cut the neck and then it's just a little stripper.
A little stripper?
Just a little stripper.
Just trying to put herself through college.
Well, here's a church. Is there a grace in the church? Is there a grace in this church?
Usually.
No? Why is there not a grace in this church, you son of a bitch? Alright.
Oh.
There's gotta be one over here. There's gotta be one over here.
I made a mistake.
Oh no. What did you do? Oh, you followed me into the church that there's a
Yep,
man. Okay.
I sure did.
That's okay. I will come back and help you fight this man.
I am dead.
Oh, okay. Well, there is a stake of America close by. I don't know if you counted it or not. All right,
Hopefully.
man.
I just went in through the front door, so
Man.
I assumed that was there.
Man. No. 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 Oh, these dogs. I hate these dogs so much. Doggies, please. Dogs, please. Dogs, please.
Nope,
Dogs,
wrong
please. Please, dogs, please. Oof.
Get burned.
Okay, I got one dog. I got one dog. I got one dog.
Stop moving so I can hit you with my arrows. Oh no.
Get demolished on.
Okay, I'm gonna get my wounds.
Yeah. And get the
Did not
tier,
think
I
this
guess, while we're in
perfect.
here. Alright,
Was
there's
not
gotta
trying
be...
to
Oh, well, the
initiate-
map is literally right here. So... we can go get that afterwards. Do you rinse? Okay, cool. Got your wounds.
I got my wounds.
My wounds. Oh, this is a dead end. A deceased
No.
end.
Oh no.
Alright, do we go up this way? Can we? Oh, I bet you we can if we jump on these. Yeah.
Quite delightful.
Quite
Yes.
delightful.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
Sounds like Fable. Oh, I didn't make it. That's okay. I can do it here. Do it here. We're just bouncing into each other like... Fine. Fine game. You win. I'll go the proper way.
Fine, I'll go around. Jeez.
I don't want to, but I will. Ooh, there's a Seeb over there too. Alright, let's look at the map here.
Okay.
Drive by map. You're so good at it.
I got it. I
You
got it.
All
I
right,
got it.
and then let's get the Seeb. Seeb.
I'm the best. Oh god, somebody is shooting magic at you.
No.
Oh no.
Alright, there has to be a fucking Grace somewhere.
A fucking?
A fucking Grace?
It's got to be.
Gotta be a Grace.
Got to be a Grace. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep a queen, a clear eye out. I mixed approximately
Wait,
7.
oh, here's a
different words
Grace.
together.
Grace. Grace.
Grace.
Grace.
Wee.
Grace. All right.
Grace.
Resting at Grace.
Oh, I got a flask.
Oh yeah. Grace, you got it finally. That was so ridiculous. Like, there's so many Graces in Altus. Why couldn't I find one?
Talk to Melina? Should I do that? Melina?
Melina? Yeah, you can talk to Melina.
Hello. I like your cloak. Can I have one?
You can get her. You can get her dress, her outfit.
I mean, like, but for me.
Yeah. Oh, for you, Gigi, not to Gertrude.
I mean, Gertrude would also love that dress. Lost to me. Okay. She just kept talking. Jesus.
She's a little chatty, yeah. All right. Now, we have to leave this beautiful golden land and go back to fucking hell. All right, so we have to go to Impassable Great Bridge in Caelid.
Seems like a great idea.
It does indeed. Oh, look, the warp is on. See, I remembered. Look at me.
A warp.
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 Get warped.
Get warped, bitch.
Ready to warp it real good. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 na, 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 ba.
What warp it real good.
Warp it real good. Salt and pepper's here. Salt and pepper's here. Oh.
What's going on?
This music is like, oh.
I was like, you okay there, buddy?
Just the weird chanty music.
Whoa.
Oh. Do you hear it now? So I don't sound crazy. You're like, I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me? Pardon?
Pardon?
Queska tu dit? One of my favorite things is mispronouncing French words.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the French absolutely love that.
Oh yeah.
Champions! So you gonna say it? Are you gonna say it? Hello? There you go.
Hello?
Welcome! The festival is nigh! Where's our boyfriend? Where's our boyfriend? Wait, our boyfriend's supposed to be here.
Rude.
Our boyfriend is
ghost us?
supposed to be here.
Did he ghost us?
What? Hi, Alexander.
I don't need another man ghosting me.
Where's our boyfriend? By the...
Boyfriend?
Boyfriend! Alright, I'm gonna go talk to him. Hello, sir. We would like to start the festival.
We're starting a oh.
Yep,
I was
cutscene.
smashing.
Shh.
Before
Cutscene.
we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
He paints really fast.
Mm.
That's a large
General Radahn
man.
is cursed
Yeah.
never to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone.
He's stupid.
Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling
Ew.
at the sky.
That doesn't sound like a howl.
He went,
Ah! Oh!
ah! All right, are you ready to fight Radahn?
Shit, is that what we're doing?
We have to fight him, yeah.
Oh no,
'Cause
but he's a large man.
He's a very large man, but it's okay because we're gonna have a very large arena that we can ride our horsey in, and we're gonna have friends. We'll have some friends who can help us.
Great.
Okay.
I'm frightened.
Don't be frightened.
I'm always frightened. Let's go!
So the one thing I'm gonna warn you about is as soon as you get into the arena, he is going to shoot a like purple laser. So like dodge like pretty much as soon as you load in. You'll see it, but like dodge. Don't get shot by the laser.
That's usually good life advice.
Okay, so got our physique.
Right. The things that we do.
Yep. Okay, ready?
And then our jellies are ready, yes.
Okay. Don't summon your jelly yet. You want to summon your jelly, like, because it's going to be, you'll see, it's huge. So.
Oh, I didn't get, okay, it didn't take me with you. Even though I said yes.
Fuck, I got hit by
What
the
in the
laser.
Halo ass music? Ass music.
I was healing, you son of a fuck. Alright, well, I got hit with every single one of those, even though I literally dodged them.
Should I die?
I would suggest. Unless you want to try to fight him.
Well, he can't hit me, apparently. I'm just gonna stand here and let... Nope, they're just... Does he not see me?
I think he sees you, he's just not good.
Just sucks.
He sniped me 3 times, but sure.
I'm literally standing here. There we go. Maybe I should die farther back.
No, it doesn't matter. We have to teleport again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean because your runes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get hit by the purple laser. Immediately gets hit by the purple laser.
Well, like, there's usually a second where he, like, takes the bow out and charges it. but it's funny in co-op because it has to account for both of you loading. So I loaded into the laser being shot. Like,
To the
and then I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll just heal before the next
guess I'll
laser.
just die.
And then that was just not happening either.
I guess I'll just die.
I guess I'll
then.
just perish.
Simply perish. Okay. Tap the hammers here, hair blowing in the breeze. The day needs my saving expertise.
Oh, it didn't take me. No. It didn't take me. Take me with you.
Oh. Oops. I thought I had dodged it. I did not. Uh-huh. Serpentine.
Okay. Serpentine, but also get on your horse when you get the opportunity to as well.
Oh, dead.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine. I got my runes, and that's all that really
Okay,
matters.
okay.
Patches O'Houlihan.
You know, Patches is a waste of a summon, and I always forget because he a bitch, and he literally fucks off. Like, he's like, no, I'm too scared. Don't touch me.
I am dead.
I know. I just want, like, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm just curious. I just want to
That's
see.
fair.
I just want to see.
Patches return to his world.
Yep,
Little-
see?
little
He
bitch.
fucks off. Like, he seriously is a bitch.
I believe in you. Oh no. I should stop saying that.
No, it's all good.
Whenever I say I believe in you, you die.
No. It's all good.
Oh, no.
Wow, that spin move, not very fur. Not very fur.
Wow.
No, click.
Is he just fucking teabagging you?
Probably.
That sucks.
All right, okay, I'll die. I'll die so you can come back. Can you kill me, Sir Peas? Kill me, Sir Peas? I'm right here. No, I'm over. Oh. Hi. Thank you.
Simply perish.
Simply just perish. Okay. So, what did we learn? Nothing.
Dodge better.
I mean, yes, dodge better, but we learned nothing.
Correct.
Simply
Perish.
perish. Marriage.
Marriage is what brings us
Marriage.
to perish today.
Perish. In the
Perish.
perish.
Marriage. Ka-chow.
Ka-chow. Take me with you.
Please don't kill me.
Good dodges, good dodges, good dodges.
Okay. I got my shit. And we're running.
Okay. Okay, are you Patches?
Don't kill me.
No, I don't want Patches.
I am a baby.
Patches, bitch. Wait, where's Blythe? Is Blythe really not here? There's no...
Oh, he coming for me.
Oh, Lord, he coming. Oh, Lord, he coming.
He is very fixated on me. I'm running away. Get him.
Yeah,
Get
Blight is not
him!
here. That's so weird.
Why is he only looking at me right now?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. Finally looked at somebody else for a change.
Well, now he's on me.
Oh, nope. Okay. Run away.
Okay, I froze him, so that's good. Ooh, he does big damages. That's not as good.
Well,
Some
don't worry. I
archers.
got my jellyfish.
Hey, that'll get some poison damage onto him at least.
We'll do something.
Okay, we're about a third of the way.
Oh no.
Yeah, he does grab. Theralina, are you okay there, sweetheart? In the air.
Oh, I'm dead.
No.
He smashed me. I got smashed.
We were doing so good.
To be fair, I did spend most of that fight running away. Should I have stayed on my horse?
It's actually easier off the horse, if I'm being totally honest, but you can do whatever. Like, if you just want to, like, zoom in, get a couple hits on him and zoom out, that's also a tactic. I'm pretty sure that's how I beat him my first time. But here, I'll die so we can try again.
He murders real quick.
Yeah, he does. He
very
hits
efficient.
hard. He does some damage.
He's a large man.
He is a large man, yes.
With like horse legs? The fuck?
No, he's
Underneath
on a
his-
horse. He's literally on a horse.
Mm.
So, funny little lore about this man. He actually learned how to master gravity magic so that he could ride his horse without hurting him, because he's so big and his horse is so little.
He likes his
He loves his horse. His horse's name is Leonard, and that is actually canon. That is actually, like, information in the game.
That's amazing.
His horse's name is Leonard, and he loves Leonard so much that he learned how to harness gravity so that he wouldn't be too heavy to ride Leonard.
Ah.
Okay, he's super fixated on me right now.
Oh, I summoned Patches.
It's okay.
The useless man.
The useless man Patches. It's okay. We just need to get
Where
up
did I
here.
die?
What? That wasn't very nice.
There's my runes. Okay, I got my runes.
Okay, he's on us. He's here. He's on us. Okay. I just need to get some shit.
I don't, oh,
Okay.
yep.
Well,
Follow me to my jelly.
come on, get some frost, please. Get some frost. Get some frost. Get some frost. Get some frost. Frost him. Frost him. Got him.
That frosted.
Ooh, get out. Oh my god, I'm dead. I got stuck between like a bunch of NPCs.
Oh no. Oops. Ah! Oh, I'm frightened.
It's okay, just get in, hit him a couple times, and get out.
Oh, I am dead.
Okay, that's fine. We shall start again. We're getting him like a third of the way, so like it's doable. We just gotta get our shit together. Listen,
other
these
two-thirds?
antlers are locked behind this
important.
man.
This man has my antlers hostage,
Yep.
and I will not stand for it.
I will not stantler for this.
Stantlers. Let me out of the loading screen. Okay. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Okay.
That should not have actually hit me. That's kind of bullshit. There we go.
Don't hit me. Oh God. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, look over there while I go get my runes.
Okay, I guess. Just screw me then. Specifically.
Oh no. I haven't got my runes yet. Oh no. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I don't know where my runes are. What was this?
Oh, there they are. Got him.
It's patches. Whatever.
Fucking patches.
Fucking patches. Theralina does heals if you're close enough to her, which is cool, but if you're not, she's kind of like thanks for nothing.
I'm just clicking on things.
No, I was just kind of saying out loud, like,
oh, gotcha.
she has a cool concept. Like, it'd be awesome if she actually like healed, but it's hard to be near her during this fight. Like,
Trying to run away.
holy shit, dude! How do you move so fast? You're a large man.
Such a large man. Stop hurting my jellyfish.
Okay, get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! My frost is probably not built up anymore. Stop doing that.
Thinking that maybe I could.
Oh my god. I'm dead. He did the stomp on me. Why am I struggling? I normally don't struggle so badly with him.
Maybe it's me. I bring bad luck.
No, I think it's just been a while since I fought him. I don't know. I have to get off my horse, I think. For me personally, being on my horse is
I cannot hit him on my horse. I think I'm just bad. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Well, he's poisoned by your jelly, so that's good. It's doing some little tick damage there.
Oh, I have my fucking
I
balls
was just about to say, like, probably not the best idea.
Hello, sir. Oh no, don't kill me. Okay, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Now I'm dead.
No.
I'm not dead. Get out.
No, you use
I'm not
you
dead.
use you what the thing that hurt you. GG. Oh my god.
What a stupid way to die.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
I'm so mad.
You should have healed.
I know. I kept thinking that I was dead, and so then I forgot,
no.
and then I was. Oh no.
Oh god, GG.
Oh no.
Do you guys remember about 20 minutes ago when I was like, be careful using that because it hurts you, so watch your health.
Listen.
Oh god.
I'm not here. Okay.
Gigi just decided you're not killing me, I'm killing me.
I am gonna go out however I choose. And how I choose
Thank you, Matt.
Stupid.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Oh, now I'm
dead.
Fucking stupid.
Oh god. I'm actually passing away right now.
simply perishing.
Oh,
In
God.
real life.
Thank you, Key.
I'm just gonna summon everyone that
Yeah,
I
that's
see.
fine. It's the best way to do it, honestly.
Please don't hurt me. Not patches.
No,
because
don't get
fuck
patches.
No, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Oh my God.
At least not until I get my runes back. Okay, we're good. Now you can hurt me all you want.
Well, still don't hurt me, but like...
Well, yeah, but it won't be terrible.
Alright, I still need my runes, and I don't know where they are. Please? Please, runes, please? Just show yourself soon? Ooh, who's doing damage? Who's putting in dammies over there?
Poomst?
Whoops.
Patches is here!
Yeah. Oh, Gigi is slashing. Oh no. Is it? Oh, Okina is doing. Damn, Okina's like killing it over there. Damn, Okina's gonna phase 2.
Yeah, I've gotten him some good hits.
I'm sure you have, but like, what the fuck happened this run?
I don't know. We crushed it. Oh, that's a meteor. Okay.
It's a Mantior.
I am dead.
Oh no, really?
Yes.
All right,
the
I'm just gonna.
I had just healed.
I'm just gonna try to stay alive.
Stay alive. I was not prepared for the meteor.
Okay, so Peoples is dead. Let's go get some more people. Is he coming for me?
believe-
Wait. Who are you? Go ahead. Do that. Do a thing. Ah!
Oh my god. That was insane. That was like you dodged it by jumping on your horse.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Oh, he is right on your ass.
I know. Ugh.
Oh no.
All right, I'm just like letting him take this poison damage, man.
Yeah. Little itty bitty bits at a time.
Just get off
great.
of me and like pay attention to like one of them or something.
Like watching a television show, just...
Okay, he's on them now. Let me see if I can... No. He's still poisoned, okay.
It's such a bummer. I was doing so good that time.
Ugh, I could get in there and get a couple frost procs in there, but I'm afraid.
It's good.
Lionel's dead.
He's dead. He's forgotten about you.
Nope. No, he has not.
Oh, he did not forget about you.
No, he has not. He has not forgotten about me.
Oh no, he did 1 damage.
It's okay. It's okay. I will run.
I believe in you, Agnes.
Just get poisoned, sir. Come on, team. You can
Go
do
team
it.
Poison.
You can do it, team. Just keep summoning everyone. Come on, guys. Honestly, I'm not sure I did any damage this time. Ah, he's a meteor again. Why?
Oh, no, no.
Why did he phase 2 again? What? I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Oh, he's not poisoned anymore. Oh, no. Oh, my horse died. Okay, well, that sucks. Okay.
The meteor is what murdered me.
No, no, no. Oh, I
Ooh.
dodged. Damn. Okay. All right, I gotta get in there. I gotta do it. I gotta do it, team.
I believe you got this.
Oh, Alexander. Dave, thank you so much. Ha! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, he's so close to being
I
dead.
know. I need juice though. Okay.
Your magic juice.
All right, this is doable. This is doable. Okay, come on. Get wrecked!
Hell yeah. Good job.
Woo! Dave, thank you so
I
much.
Very helpful in the first half.
No, for real, you did. Like, you did a lot of that damage the first half, for sure.
Yeah.
I was looking for my runes for an embarrassingly long amount of time.
Oh, cutscene.
Oh, I'll have to fix that. I'm glad you did that channel point, Mac, because I have to fix that apparently. I
Goodbye.
unleashed the stars.
The stars.
The stars. He was
it's
holding the
very
stars hostage.
Well, that's not nice.
I know.
How dare he?
It was very rude, honestly.
I guess I'll go to Stake of America so I can get my runes.
No, I'm gonna touch a grace once my loading screen, and then you can come back here.
Okay.
Yeah. Come get your runes. Come get your runes here. Phase 2.1. Exactly. That was kind of BS, though. Like, let's talk about that.
Last stake of side. Well, where are my runes at your...
Okay, so
the
go to the
grace, or-
stake. Yeah, go to the stake and then
Okay.
travel here. Yeah. It doesn't really matter where you end up going. You just have to get back here.
A man's gotta do.
Let's put some more FP. There we go. Nice. I got 4 levels out of that. That was close.
Hell yeah.
That was close.
Travel.
Travel.
If I had known that the meteor was coming right for me and had dodged it.
Yeah, the meteor is tough because, like, you can only see where it's going to land when it's landing on your face.
Wait, where the fuck are my runes?
They're somewhere, I'm sure. You just gotta... Are you sure you don't have them? Like, press Y.
Yeah, it's... No, I don't.
Okay.
They're over here.
Okay.
Why are they back on the other side of this water? What an interesting place for them to be. That is not where I died. Oh!
Did you die? Oh. GG.
Oops.
Well... At least we can get your antlers.
Oh no. I don't know what to do now. I didn't know that I couldn't get them.
Well, yeah, we could have gotten them. We would have had to, if they were on the other side of the water, we would have had to go around. I didn't think that you would jump into the water.
I thought I could go across the water.
Oh, no. That's why we had to use the teleport.
I thought it was shallow. I didn't realize that's where we just were.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There's a little cheese kind of place that's over here that we can probably get you some runes back.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can just say, screw it, and just go get your fucking antlers.
Let's just go get the fucking antlers.
Okay. Fair. Okay. We're going to go to Fort Hayrit West in Limgrave.
I
don't know why your runes would have been on the other side, because you died in the boss arena, so
right.
That's weird.
That's
unfortunate.
So unfortunate.
All right, we have to go over here. We're going down this hole in the earth over here.
Okay.
But we're gonna get your cute antlers, so it's fine.
Yay!
Yay!
Antlers. Do I want to know how many runes I lost just now?
I won't tell you.
Okay.
Get in that hole, girl. Hi, Franklin. Good to see you. It's been a little bit.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
I just made a mistake.
It's okay. Like, if it makes you feel any better, there have been several instances where I've been desperately trying to find a grace and get to a grace because I have over 1 million runes and I've lost them.
Ugh. That's many.
Like, I'll be like, oh my god, I have to get to a grace right now, and then something will come out of like the woodworks and just like stab me in the back. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess.
I won't.
I guess I'll just die.
I'll simply perish.
Where's the down?
That's pretty.
Where's the down? There should be a down rock.
A down rock?
You can lose a lot more. Been there. Yeah, going through some stuff. Took a break from Tiach and Twitch as well. Well, I'm glad that you're back. Sorry to hear you went through some stuff, but we missed you. Good to see you, friendo.
It's always good to be on the other side of stuff.
I
hate stuff, man.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I've lost millions of runes, and then you just like sit there for a second. You're just like, all right.
Contemplate existence.
Let's continue, I guess. Just carefully that you don't
falling
go
down.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. It's like just don't go too far. Yeah. Just don't go too far. Is that a down? Is that a far enough down? I'll do it. I'll try. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Thanks for jumping off that cliff for me.
Yeah, no problem. I was like,
not that it matters. I don't have any rules.
I'll try.
Technically, I should have gone first.
Nah, it's all good. So there is an item here. There's actually, I'll teach you this. This is kind of cool. There is an item called Rainbow Stone, and if you use them and you drop them and the stone doesn't shatter, you'll survive the drop.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's dope.
But there are very, very few instances in the game where the rainbow stone won't shatter, because technically you would survive the drop, but it's not a drop you're actually supposed to take, because there's nothing down there. Like, there's no code down there. So like the stone will be good and you're like, cool, I can drop down there, and then you'll die anyway, because the game's like,
the world doesn't exist.
Yeah, the game's like, no, you're not supposed to go down there though. Zamor, you can farm. There's a good spot. Your personal favorite is Zamor. I know a lot of people early game farm the bubble heads in Lanedell, but the best farm is the bird spot in Mogwin Palace for sure. Burb. Especially after you've beaten the game and you have the Sacred Relic Sword. You can just do the Waves of Gold and just knock out all the Albinarics. It's so great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I concur.
This is only jumpy for a little bit and then it kind of chills out.
It's okay. I don't mind jumpy.
I hate jumpy, so that's why I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I hate platforming. I am not good at it. Can you stop,
Excuse me,
sir?
I would like to loot. Is that a slime?
Yeah. Yeah. Except I? Why?
What's up there? Oh.
Stop shooting.
Oh, a slime.
Why you shoot at me? I don't like. Oh, stop, please. Sir, please. Sir, please.
3 more slimes. Look at
There's
them
many
go.
slime, but
They're kind of fun.
Zelda Pinky is a world record for speedrunning every
Whoa.
Zelda game? That's not accurate. I don't think I have a speed run time in any of my Zelda games, honestly, because I like to splar.
Exploring is the best part of any.
Oh, I think you're about to get... Oh, no, you got a rune arc. I was like, I think there's a lantern up where you are, and I got two-sided and jumped down already. But I could be incorrect. That is nothing. There's nothing there. So humble. Yeah, that's me.
Uncle Dan, a rune. What's up here? Acquire material. A silver tier husk.
Husk.
Husk. Running, running, and running, running.
And running, running, and running, running.
And running, running, and
Running, running.
and running, running. This is pretty.
I know, isn't this so pretty down here?
It's lovely.
It's lovely. Yeah, this
It's
is the other half of the underground where we're getting our butt kicked.
Died so many times.
You did die quite a few times, it's true.
I just wanted my runes back.
Yeah.
And then they kept killing me.
He just
That's
kept
all I
murdering
I
me.
just wanted to get my runes. Oh my god, that's so far.
Well, don't
My
go
knees.
there. I watched you jump over my head. Just my gasp as you just plummet to your death. Oh gosh.
Okay, just a second.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was funny. No, I'm about to fall too. Okay, get out, get out, get out of here. Okay, 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 okay. I'm gonna touch a grace. I'm about to touch a grace. Okay. Your runes should be over here.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh. I literally just watched her yeet right over the edge.
Ridiculous. Where are you?
Nokron Eternal City. If you're looking at the map, press... Is it the bumper or the button? I think it's R3. Press the R button. Oh my god. I can't... Oh, okay. I died.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, there should be a show underground button, and I just can't look at it because I was getting murdered. Red ice. Okay. There we go. Is everyone dead now? Can you all leave me alone?
Nope.
No, you're not dead? Amazing.
I'm right here.
Okay, there you go.
I would say I need to go get my runes, but I'm pretty sure I had 0. Actually,
Okay.
I probably had a couple.
You had
100.
some, because we killed a couple things, yeah. Killed a
Where
few
are-
things. They should be where
They're
you
up.
jumped. They're up? That doesn't make sense. They always go where you, like, where you were when you fell.
Because I had, like, literally just jumped down and then came down here and then fell. So maybe it, like, considered it as part of me jumping down.
You'll have to go back to Fort Height and go down the hole again.
Okay, hang on. Just a second.
Okay.
I'll be right there.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Dingus. Listen, if anything is guaranteed, it's that I will provide entertainment.
Listen, it's never a dull moment, I'll tell you that much. All right, so while Gigi is doing that, we're gonna watch her character run on horseback in the air. And I'm gonna pee. So I will be back while Gigi goes back down the hole.
Thinking that maybe I could go via where it says my runes are, but nothing looks familiar. Nope. There's a tree here. I don't think that's right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, let's not do something stupid. Wee. There we go. That looks familiar. Okay. You can hear me? Hello. Lovely to be heard. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna try. Oh no. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything is perfectly fine. So it doesn't matter anymore. I'm just gonna...
I see that went really well for you.
I'm just gonna come back to where we were.
It's okay, because honestly, don't get super stressed, because as we progress, things are going to start being worth more runes, so you'll start gaining runes faster. So don't get stressy. Most of the jumping stuff is over now. I literally put my headphones back in as I heard, "Ah!" And then the Gertrude has died came across my screen.
Oh, no.
So
Listen, I literally missed the platform by centimeters.
oh, is it one of the things where you landed but like slid off the edge? Because that happens to me so many times.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I'm there, and then you're like, meow, and you like slowly slide off the edge.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Key, now that you've been watching, are you nervous? Are you excited? Are you still feeling about the same about playing yourself?
Someone's trying to murder me.
Oh, what's up, Aspen? Yeah, I thought it was single player. There is a co-op mod. There's a co-op mod, but it is single player. But I have it modded because I like to play with my friends. How's your Saturday? What's up? How was the trip?
Sir, could you not? How do I get past their shields?
Well, your blood will work, first of all. Just don't kill yourself.
Well, okay, listen. I feel like, it would help if I had
Well, okay,
my
that's
sword collected.
that's still a standing general, just, hey, remember it hurts you. That wasn't la haha teehee, remember that time you killed yourself.
I know.
That was just a general, like, hey, don't forget.
Who's murdering
I'm
me
coming.
right
How did you attract everybody in the whole area?
No, and I don't like it. Why am I crouching? Okay.
Did you try to run out of nervousness? Oh, I have frostbite.
Why do I have my bow selected? Okay.
Your panic button mashing. That's what's going on. Oh, my nose itches.
Who, me? Panicking?
Who, you? Panic button? Never.
I've never panicked.
Nope.
I'm perfectly level-headed all of the time.
You are the epitome of calm, cool, and collected.
They call me level-headed.
Oh my god. I must have 1 HP.
Don't use your blood thing.
I don't have mine set to blood.
I'm just saying, just in case you were tempted
Thank
were
you.
excited
Thank
about
you.
still being alive.
My mind is blown that it's like you're like, instead of healing myself, I'm gonna take this opportunity to attack.
That's 100% what happened. I was like, oh my god, I'm still alive. I can do so much damage right now if I just do this one thing. And oh no.
It's exactly what you said to me. Have fun, explore, do what you want, and that made me feel really good about playing with you, knowing other players have the same mindset. Yeah, like, and I specifically asked Gigi, and she can vouch for me. Like, I said, do you want me to kind of more direct us, or do you want to just like have the freedom to explore and do what you want? And she was like, I want to be able to do both. Like, I want you to keep us on track, but I still want to be able to explore. So that's like, knowing how the other player wants the experience helps me know like how to play, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And so basically, Pink lets me run off and accidentally jump off of things. And then is like, okay. Well, here's where you need to go to fix your mistakes.
Yeah.
Pretty good summary of what's going on. Ow. Oh no, I'm about to die. Oh, you did
Heal.
it.
Good job healing and not attacking.
Save me.
I saved you. Running off. Yeah. It'll happen. Just don't run off when you've got runes right after killing a boss.
Okay, listen. I thought I could run through the water. I thought it was shallow, and it wasn't.
It was not. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have like explained that we had to take the teleport because like there's water that we can't swim through, but Did you fall? Did you die? What'd you do?
There's suddenly a man.
Okay.
Why am I not? I selected to target you, sir.
Pink hair? There's a custom character creator. You can have pink hair right from the get-go. I only have this helmet on because it increases my magic damage. But I have do I have blonde hair or do I have pink hair?
Blonde.
I do have blonde. Yeah, that's right.
You just went with one of your preset saved characters?
Yeah.
I'm the one who spent 45 minutes in the character creator.
No, and I expect Key to do the same thing. Listen, I have 600 hours in Elden Ring, okay? Like, I've got many characters already made that I spent 45 minutes in the character creator making.
I'm not judging you, I'm judging me.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I also did it, but I did it, 2 years ago.
Back when I was
Back in my day. Back in my day. All right, we can go down here now.
When I was a young...
When I was a young warthog.
That's what I was originally gonna...
When
was
I
like,
was a young warthog.
Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted.
Do you want me to do character? That's entirely up to you. I can sit here and I can chat with you and I can chat with chat while you're creating your customer, or you can do it if you want. It's up to you. But yeah, it'll take a while if you've never done it before. Nice. Oh, our tactic works.
Our tactic.
Don't fall off.
Hey, listen.
No. I'm just saying, like.
I know.
You rolled for a second and I saw your life flash before my eyes.
This immediately after I hit the wrong button to attack again. So like, listen, I'm already bad.
Stop. Just breathe and stop panicking. Just. Let's come over here and let's collect some mint. Let's collect some herbs.
Herbs.
Let's collect some herbs. Okay.
Get
wrecked. All right, there is a boss door over there if you don't already see it.
Just a moment.
It's okay.
Do you kissed Herba?
Herba.
Herba.
Herba. All right, let me put my helmet back on.
Excuse me. Is that a thing I can loot? I believe it is. Blue.
This one. Okay.
It's lovely.
It's lovely. Okay, isn't this so pretty here? I love this. This is my favorite area in the whole game. I love Nokron and Noxtella. It's my favorite. So pretty. So pretty. So pretty. So
Can you go over to there, or do you just look at it from afar?
Oh yeah, no, we can go over there. Yeah.
I assume we have to do whatever murder this is first,
we have to murder whoever this is first.
You know, that's usually how it goes.
I know. Unfortunately, they're blocking this giant bridge here, though, and it's very rude of them.
How dare they?
How dare they? Honestly. Okay, to our flaskies, don't forget.
Yep. Flasky, jelly, then back to Healy.
Uh-huh. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me in. Hello?
Hello?
Whomst? Is there supposed to be a man, or is it this blob?
It's this blob. Who is it? It's
not
me!
A slime. It's a man!
It's me!
No,
we have
Agnes,
to fight.
why?
We have to fight me, the evil version of me. We have to fight me.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Hey, don't use my magic sword against me. I use magic sword against you.
How dare you? Ow.
You made me bleed. You made me bleed. Don't heal. Don't heal. Don't heal. Don't heal.
How dare you?
Don't heal.
How dare you?
Don't heal. Get poisoned. Yeah. You killed me. Let's go.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. We're supposed to kill me. Yay!
Oh, I got a chibi.
You did get a chibi for defeating the mimic tier. Do you want all chibis? Well, there's a lot of chibis.
But realistically, no. But also, yes.
Well, I mean, it's just like there's just side bosses that we'd have to go find. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, Melania is not a story boss, but like, we have to go find Melania, of course. Everybody knows who Melania is.
If only I hadn't lost several thousand.
Oh, wait,
runes.
I didn't even see. How many runes did we get for that? 24? Yeah, that might be one.
I can.
level. Yeah, I can do one level. Let's put it into my mind. My mind.
I can.
What the? Why can't I use this yet? Like, what the fuck? What do I need for it?
Do you need strength?
38 int. Holy shit. Why?
You have to be so smart. Okay, let me.
That's
I think
insane.
I need a few.
Oh, you know what we forgot to get in hell, and I don't want to go back, but we're gonna have to go back and get it, is Rock Sling.
Hmm.
Such a good spell. Alright. We'll get it after your...
My antlers.
After your antlers. Alright, so if I remember right, your antlers are in the Ancestral Woods, which are over here-ish area.
Okay.
Here-ish area. But if you give me a moment...
Yeah.
I can pull up the Elden Ring... The Elden Ring map. The Elden Ring map.
Wing map. The map of Elden Ring.
The map of Elden Ring.
The melded wing.
Melded Big. Alright. Worshippers Woods. Mimic Tier. Okay, so there's a Mimic Tier. So for Ancestral Woods. Okay, so she's over there. What are they called?
Antlers.
No, but they're called whatever. Antlers. Oh shit! See, they're not called that. They're fucking called something else. Shining Horned Headband is what it's called. Okay.
Oh, that's all
Ancestor Follower Shaman, which is in the smaller ruins northeast of the Ancestral Woods Site of Grace. Okay, so here's the Ancestral Woods Site of Grace. Okay, so that is there. So northeast of there is probably here, my guess. Okay.
I believe. I follow.
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I think we can horse here. We can. Okay.
Wee.
Ooh, hi. You're stuck on a
Ugh.
rock, which is amazing for us.
Damn it, I did it again.
Oh, I wonder if we can upgrade anything yet. How many smithing stones do you have for anything? Let's see what I've got. 3, 5, 7. We might be able to do some upgrades. Do you want to go back to the round table?
Sure. Wait.
Hmm.
How do I... Okay, never mind. I found it.
It's
like, there's
it's
a button I
always
can press.
X. When you have the list up, you can just hit X.
I tried that, but maybe I'm a dumb.
It's okay. You have to have the list up, not just in the map.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Can you make my sword better?
Okay, strengthen armament. Oh my god, I can't do either of mine. I don't have 2s? Oh, that's such bullshit.
Yeah, I don't have any 2s either. I have 3s, so I can make my
Alright.
dagger.
Gosh, dag nabbit, darn it.
You know what? I'll strengthen my longbow.
Alright, hold on a second.
Oh, but I also need money. God bless
Stone bell bearing.
Have some of these.
Okay, this is Okay, so we can get... Okay, we can take a little side trip real quick. Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel is over here. Here. Okay, so if we beat the boss at the end of this little cave tunnel thing, we get what's called a bell bearing, and then we'll be able to buy any of those stones that we need for upgrades.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we're gonna take a little side trip. Okay.
Love it.
We're gonna
Where
do
we going?
this. So we're gonna upgrade our weapons, and we're gonna have antlers by the end of this. Okay, we are going to. This is the goal. All right, we are going to go to Gate Town North in Liurnia of the Lake.
Good news. He's dead. The Witch of the West is dead.
Okay.
The wickedest witch there ever was.
I guess I'll just leave my keyboard out since I've pulled it out like 3 times. Okay.
The enemy of all
We
of
are
us.
going to number 4. It's a little tunnel.
A little tunnel.
A little tunnel. You can see the beam. The beam!
The beam.
The beam!
See, I thought the water was like this water.
Yeah, but you can, like, when you get to the edge, you clearly see that it is edge.
I clearly did not.
It's okay. We'll get it back. We'll get it back, I promise. In other ways, we shall get it back.
Bong. I mean, yeah, how could you not be watching Wicked right now? That seems, frankly, irresponsible to not think about watching Wicked.
We made it. Look at that. We made it. Oh! I pushed the button. Quick, 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 quick.
No.
Okay, good.
That was almost a disaster.
I did not mean to push the button. My, like, pinky toe must have touched it, honestly.
Don't worry about it. All I was doing was smashing boxes.
I know. But I was waiting for you to smash boxes.
It is very important for me to be able to.
I know, and I'm respecting your need to smash the boxes.
Primal need for box smash. Hello.
Yeah, you're gonna not do a lot of damage to these guys. Because they're made of stone, so, yeah. Just a FYI.
I'll do my best.
A smishing stone.
A smishing stone.
A smishing stone.
Smishing, smishmone.
See, I'm gonna need... Roxanne. We're gonna need the somber ones because eventually there's gonna be probably better weapons that you're gonna like. Like, there's, like, better katanas than the one we're using.
Well, I need the sombers for what I have now.
Your Reduvia, yeah.
And the Uchigatana.
The Uchigatana is regular.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what makes one of the Uchikatanas great. Because you can put elemental stuff on it. You can upgrade it with regular smithing stones. You can put grease on it, which is another upgrade. It's not really an upgrade, but it, like, does, like, elemental damage temporarily. So I'm sure you've got some grease in your inventory that you could, yeah. So that's actually, like, pretty useful sometimes.
It's like something I could fall off of.
Yeah, this is kind of a rough one here, but it's doable.
I believe. I just
so
straight up. I just jumped straight up instead of moving forward. I definitely pressed move forward, but my human did not do the thing that I told it to do.
Damn. Yeah, there's a lot of smithing stones in this one, in this cave. And then you get the bell bearing at the end that lets you buy them. Buy them.
Get bought.
Get bought.
Get bought, bitch.
Yeah, sometimes I like take a second and I'll like run in circles to like get my alignment right.
Right.
And then I'll jump.
Okay.
We can do it.
I believe. Okay, I did that
Okay.
one.
There you go. Okay, yep.
There
There you go. There you go. There you go. Amazing.
The sounds are important.
No, they are.
Oh. I just kept falling for forever. I was like, I understand that I'm dead. You can tell me. You don't have to, like, hide this information from me. I'm aware that I have died.
You're on the last one though. That's the last jump there.
Sometimes I think I'm just extra susceptible to gravity. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with my ability to jump. It's gravity's fault.
Yeah. You know what? That actually sounds right. Scientifically.
The logic is there.
Yeah, I think that's scientifically accurate.
Hugabut.
Hugabut. A boot. You can do it though. It's the last jump and then it's the stone. It's worth. It's a smithing stone.
Okay. God damn.
Did you hit the wall there? Maybe. It looked like you didn't quite
know.
jump forward enough. Like.
Yeah, I was pressing forward the whole time.
No. I think you hit the wall and it made you like interrupt your jump.
Maybe.
Because I actually saw that and you went like forward and then you like stopped.
Yeah, so stupid. It's so stupid.
It's so stupid.
At least I am consistently getting my runes back. And you know what? I'm getting a lot of cracked rules right now, so.
No, these smithing stones are super important. This is upgrade materials to make us strong.
So strong.
So strong.
Okay. You guys, we got this. I'm gonna go slow and methodical. Kabut. Okay. Maybe not too slow, because apparently that fucks me. Sure. Okay. Runes. Got.
Okay.
Okay, I got that one.
There you go. Yay! And then run and jump down, and then you got it.
Damn it.
You really, really are not friends with gravity.
No.
Wow.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I laugh to keep from crying. Galgles.
Hi, Ray. Are you on break? Oh man, that was like, I don't mean to laugh, but that was so funny.
Oh, no. Please do. Please laugh.
Because like it was just like, all right, like you did it. Now the easy, like the hard part is done. Now all you have to do is just run and jump down, and you just
didn't. Oh boy. Oh god. Okay. And of course it's all the way over there where I was having trouble getting to.
Yeah, but you can do it. You got it.
No.
Oh, what happened there?
I don't know. I hit the platform and jumped and bounced off of it, so it's okay. I have no more rooms.
Okay, so runes are gone. All right, but that's okay.
I don't have to worry about jumping anymore. It's fine. Silver lining. No more jumping.
You're back. Welcome back, Wolfie.
Welcome back to the best time.
Yeah, welcome back to Gravity Hour.
Gravity o'clock. in which Gigi discovers that gravity is a bitch.
Did not just happen. Oh, I can't believe that just happened. I looked at chat and I just walked right off the edge. Oh god. Terminal velocity.
Did you get your rune?
I did. Oh god.
Oh boy. I think my inability to exist in gravity is contagious. I apologize for
god.
that.
Just like the timing of that was like I couldn't have made that up.
Ooh, buddy.
Like, oh, Gigi's struggling with gravity. She can't, she just lost all of her runes, and then there I go. Oh, my face hurts. Okay. Well, the good thing is we won't die on this fall now. This is the ground.
We have fun here.
This is the ground now.
Oh, good.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just gonna keep picking up all these crystals. Ooh, what's over here? Oh.
And she fell. Yep.
I got a smithing stone 3.
Yeah, there's so many smithing stones in here. Woo! Hello, sir. I didn't see you behind this
Is it
pole.
on?
This pole.
I'm helping.
Give me the stone. Yes.
I'm not helping. But as you said, I'm not gonna be doing a lot of damage here.
No. You're not. I mean, well, I was gonna say your unsheathed will, but you don't have it anymore. It's okay.
I can do blood.
Blood. Yeah, your blood probably will, but it'll
Their
hurt.
stone, do they have blood?
Your blood is more an arcane thing. All right, hold on. Before we go down, what's over here?
There was a thing over there. That's where I got the rune.
Oh. A smithing stone. A smithing stone. A smithing stone. Alright, is there anything over here? Nope, okay. So we go down on the elevator. Elevator.
So you're saying that you stayed up until 6. I forgot what day it was when I went to bed last night and turned on my work alarm for this morning.
No. Wait, hold on. Go back up. Stand off the button. There are platforms here that we can jump on.
Good forms.
See? Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Okay.
There's nothing on it.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes there's doors on these platforms and stuff. Where did you fall? Oh, under the elevator?
I was trying to land on the ground and I missed the ground.
I was like, how did, like, it doesn't go anywhere. How did you die? And then as I came down, I realized that there's a hole under the elevator. That's cruel. That's cruel. It should just be on the ground.
That's some bullshit.
Gravity wins again. I feel like we need to have a little counter that's like GG deaths and it's like gravity deaths.
Due to death, due to murder,
due to gravity.
Oh my god. Not the
Yeah,
work alarm.
gravity is a cruel mistress in this game.
It was awful because my work alarm is 5:30 in the morning.
No.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Okay. Give me that sweet, sweet elevator. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Hello? There you go. Where are my runes? Are they on the platform?
They might be, but as long as... Okay, so...
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, oh, they're down? Okay.
Just don't do the same thing again.
Okay,
Oh,
wait,
fuck.
and let me pull the thing down, so at least, like, you'll jump on the elevator. Oh, you're
It's
down.
fine.
Okay, you're good.
I almost slipped off of the platform and fell into the hole, but I didn't.
Good job.
Oh boy.
Black crystal. Let me go down. Let me kill this man across the way.
The man.
So he does not kill us. Oh, I can't reach yet until he walks over here.
Maybe I can with my longbow.
I got him. Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh. He's coming for you.
It's okay. I killed him.
I helped.
You did. You did so good. He was almost dead before I even got over here.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay, I ran across the thing successfully.
You did. You did it. I'm so
Sorry,
proud.
guys.
I'm so
I
proud.
managed to not fall off of one thing. Oh, good. Oh, there's an elevator there.
Yeah, I don't know where that one goes. Can we go on it?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Getting so good at balance. Am I? Or did I just manage to not die one single time? Because I feel like those are different things.
Wait, this is dead. Wait, no, this is the elevator we...
No?
But he's
Wait.
dead.
Oh wait, no, this is where the platforming was where I died several times.
Huh. Oh, yeah, this is the shortcut now. We had to turn it on.
Oh. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Just a fluke, 100%. I am afflicted with no false confidences in myself. Oh. Okay. Goodbye, elevator.
Oh, I think you touched it as you walked away. My favorite channel on the Citadel. Well, I know that joke. I understand that reference.
Oh, that's my bow.
Woo!
Sir? No.
Okay. Whew.
I've got a big ass arrow in my front.
I've got about 4 inside me.
Oh.
That's crazy. In my... yep. Mm-hmm. I said it.
A fluke is the most common fish in the sea? Thought it was plankton.
Plankton? Ah! I'm being shot in the back.
Ow, 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 ow,
Ow!
ow! Ow!
A crystal niff.
Conifer? Coniffle.
A crystal kniff. I'm just warming myself up for a second. Oh, okay.
No! If I will be cold, we will all be cold! We must suffer together!
We suffer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Don't do it. 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 No! Thank you.
I saved your life!
You did.
Nope, that's the wrong button.
I killed them.
I
We need all
helped.
these stones. So many stones. God, there are so
Blam,
many stones in here. I'm actually kind of, like, actually glad we came in here. I forgot how many fucking smithing stones there are in here.
Give me all your stones. Do these respawn?
No. The smithing stones don't. No.
The
That would be,
crystals.
like, super broken if it did.
I don't know.
No, I know. I was just saying, like, to myself, like, damn.
Yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
wish, I wish they did, because that... Wait. I think this floor is going to break. Go back over here. I think that's a breaky floor. I feel like it is. I feel like it's a breaky floor, and I want to go explore over here first. I like...
Oh, there's an
I
elevator.
just, like, saw my life flash before my eyes. Wait. Wait, where does this go?
I don't know.
This goes down.
Oh, boy.
Down.
My eyeballs hurt from laughing too hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the
The
boss. Okay. Okay, so I don't have a lot of stuff left, so that kind of sucks. Okay, take that.
Don't worry. I got this.
Okay.
We all know that I'm the one who can handle it. With
Alright, I need to actually use this instead. Alright, just fucking chill, please. Yeah, she's made of stone, so it's gonna be...
yeah.
Yeah. Oh
I'm
yeah,
doing
good job. She's broken though. She's broken. She's broken. Smash her. As long as we did that, she's broken. Yeah, smash the shit out of her. We got her. I thought this was actually gonna be rough because I didn't have the spell I normally do. Yay!
Got her.
All right. Well, now
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in.
that was
I'm
actually
still
awesome.
a piece of garbage.
Still a piece of garbage. Hi, Paul. How are you? I think we should go back though and see if that
Okay.
was a breaky floor.
Okay.
I feel
Is
like
there
that
anything else
was. To loot? No, we just beat it. We just beat the boss, so we just got the.
I just wasn't sure if
That
boss would
was the loot. Wonderful.
have- Your reward
glad
is
to
the
hear it.
knowledge that you succeeded.
You did a good job. That's your reward.
I did do a good job.
It might not
I
even be a
murdered
breaky floor. It just happened to have that appearance.
Had the vibe.
Yeah.
The vibe of a floor that's barely holding it together.
Yeah,
Hashtag
it
same.
just like, why else is there a room that's completely circle shaped if it's not gonna break the floor? Oh, it really isn't? I am actually shooketh. I thought for sure that was gonna be one of the ones that breaks. Okay, well then we just have to go down and touch the thing and then we're outies. Well, I guess if we've beaten, no, we've beaten the boss, so we can leave now. All right, so we can go back to round table because we can upgrade our stuff now. And we have runes because we just did the boss.
Yay!
Yay!
Not as many runes as if I had not fallen
Hey,
off
listen.
of the platform.
Listen. First, I would see how many things you got first,
A bunch.
and then we can go trade our thing in to see. Yeah, see. I got that. That. All right, I need more 2s now. Okay. Let me go give this to the ladies. A health check. I haven't gotten dinner, but I think I know what I want, and I can get that after stream. I think I want chocolate chip pancakes from IHOP.
Ooh.
Which sounds so silly, but I'm like, I think I want chocolate chip pancakes.
Well, that sounds great. Oh my god. +6. +7.
All right, so I need smithing 2s. That one, that one, that one, that one.
4.
I don't know how many I need. Let's see. I don't know how many I need. Oh, my nose is so itchy.
So where are you getting? Where? What?
Oh, I'll show you. So come over here. And go down the other hallway, but not the middle one, the other side one. And then there are these two ladies in this room, and they are also a vendor. If you offer the bell bearings that you just got, you can buy smithing stones from them.
Offer a bell bearing. For always, or do I have to bring one every time?
For always.
Oh.
For this entire playthrough.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they just like they become vendors now. So I have 10. Okay, so I need more than that. I need 2 more. All right, I need 2 more 2s. 2 more 2s.
Oh, they have only got 1 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, because there's levels to them. We only got
it.
the first level of the bells.
Oh.
But we can only go up to that level right now anyway. Alright, so I need 2 more 2s. 1, 2. So I have 12. Perfect. So that should be 6 and 6.
Okay. Peter pancakes.
Peter Pan. I've never heard of Peter pancakes before.
Big stretch.
All right. So I can get to +8 with everything that we've I guess technically yeah, I can get to +8 with everything that we've technically picked up already. So hopefully you can get close to that.
I got pretty close. Yeah, I've got Reduvia +7, Uchigatana +11.
Ooh, wow. Nice. Well, no, you're +10, so you're going to get to +11.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so still
+6,
+10. That's nice.
10,
Yeah,
+3.
I'm plus...
I don't really need to upgrade my crossbow.
I'm 8 on both of mine.
You know what? I'll upgrade my crossbow. Why not?
Why not?
Oh, because they're slumber ones. Okay.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to... So don't forget to press R to go onto the underground. And then we're gonna go back to Mimic... I think it's Mimic Tier is what it is. Oh my gosh, stop, little bug. Yeah, it's Mimic Tier.
Frozen pancakes in your freezer? Hell yeah.
There's a single restaurant. Oh, okay, that's probably why I've never heard of it. I was like, I've literally never heard that. Okay, I would swap from your bow to your back to your Reduvia.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Burp.
Little jingle.
She was a fairy.
Oh, little deer. Hello, dear. Alright, I don't... This is how we get down, but I don't know if there's anything at the end of the bridge. I can't remember.
Find out.
I feel like I do this every time and there's nothing, and I'm always like, oh. And look, there's nothing. Oh.
Oh.
See? Every time.
Oh.
Oh.
Dang it.
Okay, so do you remember when we were on the other side of the underground and there was those, like, things that we have to light?
Yes.
There's one over here, too.
Oh, look at these men.
Oh, yeah, these are the guys who shoot at you, remember?
Yeah, they murdered me a lot.
Yeah, but you're a little stronger now.
A wee bit.
A wee bit. See that girl glowing over there? We need to kill her.
Okay.
So get your bow out and kill her. Kill her. Okay. There we go. Gotta go behind her. I don't like her singing. Her singing ass.
Oh, she moved.
We got her. Ah! Another man.
Oh. Are you dying?
Yep.
Don't.
I had to itch my stupid itchy nose. Ooh, amazing.
Oh, I murdered him with a blood.
Nice. Okay.
Fuck your
Yay.
Achilles tendon.
Yay, murder.
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 Does her body have anything on it?
No, but look, these are the ears that you're gonna get.
So cute. I want them. I'm gonna look like a moose.
They glow and they have little jinglies on them.
Oh
They're
my
so cute.
God. I'm gonna be adorable. I'm so excited.
So she should be over here. Where am I looking for? 3. We're looking for 3. Okay. So she should be over here.
The body.
I think. Because it said the ruins northeast of this site of grace. So she should be over here-ish?
Did we go to a site of grace?
No, but we should go to the site of grace. That's actually very smart. I suggest go there before we... Yeah. Okay, let's go over there. It should be over here-ish. 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 Look for site of grace, please. Look for site of grace, please. Is it up? Is it up? Is it around?
Up and around. What's this?
There's definitely a site of grace somewhere over here. Why is it not easily found?
Oh my God, so many commands.
Well, I have mine split like into different categories. That's why it looks like there's a billion, but oh, she's over there, I think. I think that's the one.
Well, because it also triggered my commands.
Yeah, yeah. So many, so many. Where the fuck is the grace? I feel like that's very strange for there to not be a grace that's like very close. Oh, those don't work anymore. I have to take those out. That makes me sad. I used to love the dog facts and cat facts. But the website, I guess, stopped. Oh no, sir, please. I'm just looking for grace.
Ow. Ow, ow, ow. No, don't kill me. Don't kill... I had my jellyfish selected.
Oh.
Not my healing.
Okay.
Don't know how that happened.
I'm still desperately trying to find a site of grace. This is like, I'm gonna feel really dumb if it's someplace like so close to where we were and we just weren't like looking the right way. Oh, Saribot has one, so I guess I can leave it now. Okay, why is there no site of fucking grace? There's supposed to be one. I found it.
Okay, great. Let me get my runes back real quick.
There you go. Yeah, now you can get your runes back.
No, don't look at me. Huh?
I rested so you could run.
Oh, gotcha.
I know it resets everybody, but I was hoping that they would lose aggro to you.
I had to go to where they were. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Okay, so the Uchi is kind of like strong for those, so it's good. Alright, I see this guy chasing you.
Are you chasing me?
Yeah. You didn't even realize you were being chased, yeah.
No, I was all the way over here. Okay. I just wanted to step at the site.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Okay, so where did I say she is? I think she's over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it's one of these ones over here. Oh, there's a guy with a bow here.
There.
Oh, okay. I hit the dodge button, but screw me, I guess. Where's this other guy with the bow? Oh, there's a bunch of guys with bows over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes here.
Nice.
Don't. That's how I died last time! No! Keep your hordes away from me!
Ooh, nice blood. Oh, he got me because I was focused on whatever this is. Dang. It's okay. We got the grace, though.
No.
We got the grace, though. Oh, there's a steak.
Horn.
There's a steak. Nice.
His horns are stupid.
I know, when they charge, the only problem with them is, like, you really have to kind of bait them and get them one at a time. Oh, wait, why?
Yeah.
This is the site of grace? That's kind of stupid. Or the stake of America. We should have gone to the site of grace, but whatever.
Oops.
I heard that. Okay. Go get my wounds.
That time I wasn't even trying to attack. I was trying to dodge.
Ooh, I'm gonna go light this one real quick because there's nobody guarding it.
How stupid
Nobody
of that.
guarding it.
Nobody guarding it.
Okay, I need my runes.
Trina's Lily.
No, I see you. I'm just trying to get my runes. Okay.
Ow! 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 Who's hitting me with an
No,
arrow?
no, no.
Oh, no.
I hit the dodge button. It's okay, I got my runes though. I got my
That's all
runes.
that matters.
I'm going to
Hello,
the site
sir.
of grace. I'm not going there. 313, that is so not right. Because that has just not been being used for a very long time. That is absolutely not accurate. It's probably how many times I've died playing this. Whoa! Why did we target that little deer instead of the big man that is attacking me? Hallowhorn grounds. Alright, we can't do this yet. We haven't lit all the torches. Charge a bug. I just like saying charge a bug.
Nort. Oh!
You're alive? Oh, no, you're not.
There was a cliff there. I fell off of it.
I see. Gravity!
Gravity!
Working against me.
Oh man, you guys.
Alright, so now you know what new sound command we need to add.
Gravity?
Gravity! Good old John Mayer.
Oh boy. I was dodging a guy and I was moving back to
I know.
avoid it, and
Listen,
then I thought
I'm
that-
not making fun of you because I have done it so many times.
Oh no, feel free to make fun of me.
No, I'm not going to because I've done it so many times. Like I'm
It's
doing so
also
good.
funny, though.
I'm dodging. Can't touch this. And then I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. It is also funny though, so you can still laugh at me. It's fine.
We can do both. We can multitask. All right,
Okay.
but I think it's this lady here. I think it's this singing lady.
Died of natural causes. Gravity is natural.
Gravity
Correct.
is natural. Oh, I hit a deer apparently.
Oh, there are so many men.
It's okay. Just one at a time. One at a time. Okay. Get the other guy. He's charging. Oh,
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
Okay, we got him. All right, get the guy with the bow. Okay, and now her. All right.
Oop, she slapped me.
Don't go in the blue that she's about to drop. Okay. Yay! Yay!
We did it!
Yay!
Now I can be so cute! Okay.
Look
Okay,
it!
this is
Look it! Look at
So
it!
Yes, this is perfect!
Was it worth?
So worth it. I'm very happy.
Yay!
Oh my goodness. Oh, he twitching.
Your wingies? What kind of wingies?
Okay, I need to change my stream title now because we now have
Oh, what was
antlers.
your stream title?
The quest
The
for
quest for
antlers.
antlers.
I'm gonna call us Antler Maidens.
Barbecue. Ooh, barbecue's so good too.
Oh, barbecue.
Barbecue.
There you go. Capitalize. There we go. Perfect.
I'm glad
Perfect.
that you got your antlers
My
finally.
antlers?
Yeah.
I am also glad. We did it.
We did do it.
And I only died sometimes.
You did die a couple times. It's true.
Fine.
It's true.
A jellyfish.
Yeah. You can follow the jellyfish.
Follow the jellyfish.
Follow.
Follow the jellyfish. Follow
Hi, jellies. Hi, jellies.
Seek
These
fluid
little
intake
babies.
immediately.
Baby jellies.
Yeah, they are baby jellies. Touch Grace.
Get touched, Grace.
Grace.
Nope.
I remember where that goes. We're not going there quite yet. Well, I guess we can
I know.
try. Let's.
Did that.
We might wanna
Let me
rest.
See if I can level up. You said there was a Grace over here?
Yeah, you just walked. You literally ran past it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Nope.
I've never seen one. Never seen one a day in my life.
I've never seen Grace ever in my entire lifetime.
Nope. It's a lie.
Who even is Grace?
Who even knows?
Who even
I
is?
don't have enough.
Who
Never.
even is Grace?
I thought maybe I could level up, but I cannot.
How many runes do you have? Do you have like?
I have like 12,000 and I need 20,000, so.
Okay. We're probably gonna die fighting this dude, so just be aware.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's okay, I have antlers.
You do have antlers. See that man on the bridge there? Yeah, we gotta kill him. He's not fun, but maybe both of us will be okay.
Man on a bridge. Man on a where?
Well, he's in the little dome over there now. But all right, baby parkour. Okay. Boop. It's not bad. It's just little baby parkour.
Have you met me this?
Yeah, I know, but just go slow. Okay. And then. Boop.
Gravity.
Okay. Then this man right here.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh, load.
I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna use everything I got.
Oh, I didn't select him. Okay, got him. No. Get distracted by the jelly. Oh, get your fucking wings. Oh, that was fire.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's a little extra. So these are called Crucible Knights, and I hate everything about them.
He kind of sucks.
Yep.
Don't. Oh, I got burned.
Yeah.
I don't know if he would do all of my health with a burn.
Yeah.
What the heck, and that's why didn't you announce? Hi, Andy. What happened? Did you do a thing? Did my stream not stream correctly for you?
Did my stream not stream correctly for you? Yes.
Hiya. Look, I have antlers now. It's amazing. Okay. I did this once. I can do it again.
Okay, but we gotta be careful because he's here. So just like...
The bot didn't announce I was live? Like in Discord?
Right, are you gonna go, sir, or are you just gonna pace? Alright, I'll go first. I'll try to get his attention, maybe. Oh no, he's walking now. Oh, he's walking now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, my runes.
Okay,
How?
I'm gonna drop this guy here, and maybe they'll get some little back... Shoot him in the back.
I'm get my longbow.
Okay. Wow, not doing... He's just like...
She's like, well, you know, if he stays there.
That's fine.
Oh, I ran
Oh,
out
no,
of-
he did not stay there.
Oh, he is here now.
He did not stay. He didn't stay. No!
He did not.
That kind of sucks that the fire, like, fills up the whole room that he's in.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
Alright, I'm gonna get behind
Damn
him.
it. I was trying to run away.
I got him.
Okay.
Alright, so just run back.
Carefully.
Ooh.
Carefully.
I got him.
I
got
was
him.
doing so good that he got his fucking fire egg out. Little bitch with his fire egg.
Oh.
You want to fight me like a normal person? You have to use your
I
fucking
hate those
fire
guys. There's
egg?
another one up there too, but we can do it. I hate these guys. They're my one of my least favorite enemies in the game because they're just so ridiculous.
Egg.
Egg.
Correct. Andy, you missed the excitement of the gravity.
Gravity.
Gravity. Basically, we had a comedy of errors involving many gravity deaths. Oh, there are people over there. Are we going this way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was guarding this.
Oh. Oh, you know why it didn't? It's because I forgot to turn my bot on before stream. That's on me.
Oh, does your Mix It Up announce it?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Hello, Hannah. Welcome in. Let's get murdered. Gigi, why? I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I forgot.
Why is my one archer just like off on its own? No, it's my
Where's-
archer. It's my
Oh.
marionette. Like, he's just like, I'll go.
I thought you put out your jellies.
I switched to my marionettes a little bit ago.
Is this a man to murder?
This is a man. That's another strong man.
Oh, a very strong.
That's
demand.
another,
Got it.
like, it's another one of the ones we just fought earlier. We can probably take him. Let's take him. We can do it.
I
Let's do
believe
it.
in us. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I'm having a great time
go.
hanging with
Let's do
my bestie pig.
Oh, he murdered my marionettes.
He murdered your man.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Wait.
Just stay far enough away, because they have, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Ooh. Look
Nice.
at
Look
that
at us go! We
shit.
did it!
Look at
we're
that
amazing.
shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Alright, what were
From
you
us-
protecting over here? Gold.
Gold?
A bug.
Where are you?
On the other
Oh, you're
side? Yeah. Okay, I got that. What is it? Oh, a healing
heal.
spell that I will never use.
Get pillaged?
Pelaged?
I don't know where you are. I am lost.
Okay, I'm
forever.
coming back for you. I will find
Oh,
you.
here. I found you. I found
Yeah.
you. I found you.
Yeah.
I was like following your little icon and I was like, where the fuck?
There's
There's a waterfall here.
there's
It's a
just
trap
bugs
for me.
here, and then there's a rune right here.
Bug.
And that's it. Because I got the golden beetle.
The beetle. Oh my god.
The beetle.
Okay. Run that way. No. I need to be careful with any and all ledges.
Yeah.
I'm very paranoid now. I will not fall off of anything else the rest of the stream.
Well,
Everyone make note of the time and date.
well.
It has been declared. I
Not
will not fall off of anything
Quite
to
sure about that.
specifically to my death. Oh, hello, gentlemen. I was going to explore behind the waterfall, and there were gentlemen. Men!
These are not really men. These are like withered husks
Of men!
of men. Dukist Arba.
It's herba.
More men.
Yeah. He startled me. I went on the other side of the wall, and then, okay, could you not?
What's in here? Secret.
Golden
Secret. A smithing stone.
smithing.
A smithing stone. Okay. Oh, hello, dying man.
Oh, there's those stairs there.
Inner order. Wow, thank you, sir.
Wow.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Okay. I hate this boss. Okay.
Oh no. That's not the words that I wanted to
Yeah, okay.
Should I heal first?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. We'll be fine.
Oh, that's not what I meant it to do, but that's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Him's a gargoyle.
Yeah, Hims is a gargoyle.
Do you like fire?
Okay, I'm dead.
Oh no, not Agnes.
sucks because I have enough runes to level up. But we were not near Grace. You will have your bow.
I thought I swapped. Thank you. Why are you hurting my jellyfish? Do not. Oh, he is spinning. He is spinning like a villain. Good sir. I'm just hurting myself because you're not even there. Okay. Okay.
Yep. Yep. That is the average Valiant Gargoyle experience.
I got sliced.
There's a steak though, luckily.
Oh, good. Medium rare, please. With a baked potato.
Ooh, that sounds fab.
Loaded.
Loaded to the max.
I don't mind the extra $3 charge. I will take a loaded.
Loaded to the max.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I need my
We're gonna murder.
runes.
Yeah, same.
Like, first and foremost, give me my runes.
Number
In case I don't
one.
die. Ah, no. 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 I just need my runes, sir, please.
I guess I did not.
Okay. Okay. He's over there now. Perfect. I'll take that. Stay over there. Okay. No. Oh, okay. Or hit me anyway. That's fine. That's what I meant when I said no.
Let's continue to hit you.
Yeah.
Get wrecked. Monsieur Gargoyle. Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh. You just did big dammies. That's nice.
Let me get his face. Dang it.
Okay, well, his friend is awake.
Oh, he has a friend?
Yeah.
What is no friend? This is a no friend zone. Ugh. It's okay. We're learning. We're learning.
Yep. 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 Yep.
I believe in us.
This is fine.
This is how we do it. If not friend, then why friendship? Listen, friend for that man, not friend for us. That gargoyle man.
That man is a man friend. He's not
He's
my
a
friend.
man.
Okay.
Oh,
Get
good.
my
At
fucking
least my
runes every time. I know my runes are over here too. Luckily.
Ah! Hello, sir. No.
No, get away! Like, dude.
I'm just gonna keep shooting him with fire until he gets too close to me.
Oh, come on. I was literally drinking.
Hello. Don't. But don't.
But what if not?
What if you didn't? Okay, I'm dead.
It's okay.
I shot him with my arrow like 3 times. So, I'm pretty sure that means
I'm thinking it's risky because if we die, we're gonna lose everything. But I'm thinking to take a little side quest to get me a spell and come back. But if we die, we're gonna lose all of our runes that are in this fight.
Do you trust me to not fall off of something?
I mean, where it is not really fall offable.
That's the real question.
I know.
Maybe try one more time.
Okay. I will attempt one more time.
And then if not, then
Yes.
we'll see if I can manage to not die.
I mean, you can even stay here and wait. I can just go get it.
That is also true.
Okay.
I kind of want to see the places, though.
No, that's fair, but I just meant in this particular instance, because I feel like the rock spell might actually work really, really well against these bosses. And that's why I'm like, ooh, do I want to make a little side trip here? Oh, okay, or just one tap my little dudes there. Where's my runes?
Oh.
I don't have my runes yet because I don't see them.
It's okay, he's distracted by other things. Ugh.
Oh, they're over there. Okay, hold on.
Okay. Drink a potion.
Okay, I've at least got my runes now. Dude, where is he? There he is, okay.
Didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Were you drinking?
No. It was a two-pronged move where he like sliced me. I was on my ground, and then he came and did the thing while I was still on the ground. So I had no choice.
No choice.
Only death. We believe.
Yeah, I just got poisoned though. I just got poisoned.
I just got poisoned.
I just got poisoned.
It didn't feel so good.
It's totally it's doable, and that's what drives me crazy. It's just when that second one comes in, it's like
It just sucks.
Yeah. All right, so technically what I need is right here. If you want to go with me.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to Aeonia Swamp Shore in Caelid. In hell. But we're gonna run in and out. We do not want to be in here long, because we don't want to die and lose all of our runes.
Correct. Caelid.
Aeonia Swamp Shore. The swamp.
There we go.
Okay. Remember what I said about staying on your horse? Because it's poison.
Because the water's poison.
Yep. All right. So it's right here in these ruins. There's a spell I need. So it'll be quick. Where are you, Spale? Where are you, Spale? Where are you, Spale? I just want to be quick. Spell. Where's the spell? Where's the spell?
Spell. This is where the spell is.
I know it's in this ruin. It's called Rock Sling, if you happen to find it before I do.
Okay. Oh, there's a thing right here. Nope, it's a hat. Oh, there's a lot of things. None of which are what you're looking for. I got a hat.
Okay. Fuck. It's not like in anything, it's just like here.
It's just in a place.
Yeah, like it's just like in this ruins. Like it's not like, because there's like a stairway that we can go down, but it's not like we have to go fight the boss for it. It's just supposed to be just here.
I am looking for stairs. Hello.
Okay, well here's the stairs. Okay, where the fuck? I can't even pull up my map to look.
I found a stairs. think I found it.
Is it rock sling?
Unless this is crap. I'm scared to open it.
Oh no. No, it's not in the chest. Okay,
Got
so
it.
open it and then roll back immediately.
I got it.
Is that what it is?
I got rock sling.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's kill these couple dudes and then get out of here. Because we can't fast travel while these guys are alive, unfortunately. All right, can we... Okay, now we can open our map. All right, so we need to go underground. Okay, we need to go to the aqueduct facing cliffs.
Hey.
Okay, so now...
Oh, it didn't let me.
I think these guys are gonna be... It doesn't let you?
Hold on. Oh, because there's men.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no, hold on. Do you need me to come back?
Let's see if it'll let me now. Nope. Okay. Maybe not.
Just, can you, like...
I think I can dispatch them quickly.
Yeah. Just be careful of your health with your attack.
Oh. They might have lost interest. They
Okay.
did not lose interest. Okay. God damn it. Let me leave. Come down here so I could leave.
Here, let me rest, so maybe they'll...
Oh. Did you rest?
Yep.
Okay. What's crazy is I'd already said I want to travel. And then
Yeah,
it was
they
like,
must have, like, just
"No."
walked in as you... Yeah.
Okay. I'm here.
Okay. Alright, so we don't want to fight anybody. We just want to go straight in there. Is this guy still alive? Is he alive again? Oh, is he a one and done? Interesting.
He was a very large man.
I mean, they're usually not one and done unless they have a health bar, but sometimes they are.
Oh, God. My arch nemesis.
Gravity.
Gravity!
Oh, look, they're gone. Is the other one gone too? That's crazy. They usually aren't.
Amazing.
I love when they're just like, kill them one time and they're gone. Alright, what is this, though, that I somehow missed? Oh, a smithing stone.
I got that.
Okay. Oh, shit. I lied. I'm sorry. We have to go back. I have to go back. Just stay here. I'll run back. I forgot to put my new spell actually on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't forget, chat. She said she wasn't going to fall to her death again this stream. It's true.
It's true.
I haven't yet.
It is true. Okay. So this... Oops, no.
There's
That's
still
not the one. This one. Okay.
I'm just sitting here with my sword like, I am safe.
Waiting.
I
I'm just waiting. I will not perish.
Okay.
Hi,
You should be
ferret.
safe as long as you don't move. As long as you don't move, you should be safe.
I can move as Gigi. You had the most amazing experience. What happened? I would like to have an amazing experience. Living vicariously through your amazing experience.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, I made it back. I'm alive.
You got a sandwich? That does sound amazing. Sandwiches are amazing.
Okay, let's go.
The lady was like, you look cool. Amazing. Okay.
Okay, let's see if this does anything extra. Let me get my runes first, please.
Everybody likes your cosplay. Okay, got my runes.
Okay. Oh yeah, this spell definitely helps.
Or is it doing serious damage?
It's not doing like serious damage, but it's doing like, yeah, it's doing poise damage, which is what I want.
No, 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 no. No. That's what I wanted. Ah! Okay,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
Okay, we're safe.
I mistimed that one, apparently.
It was just you? You weren't even cosplaying? I just assumed you were because you said it was for con. That's
Shit.
adorable and amazing. Obviously, it's because you're awesome. Oh, he puked on me. Oh no. Oh no, don't puke on me. Ah! Do not puke. Oh, ha ha ha.
Good dodges. Good
dodged.
dodges.
Do not puke
Get out of
on
the poison.
me.
Get out of the poison.
Oh, no, no. Okay. We did our best. I had not been puked upon yet.
It's okay. We can do this. We're gonna do this.
We're gonna do this. We have been well. We got our runes back, so we're not dead.
Hi, Ferret.
I was only dead twice in this stream already. Okay. Where are my roots? Where are my roots? Where did I die?
They're right in front of him.
In the
Okay.
middle.
Okay.
No,
Somehow
that's
I
where
got out of that.
Oh no,
Okay.
my runes are right where his butt is. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh my god, how did I not get hit?
Get out of the poison, you dumbass. It's me, I'm the dumbass.
Hi! Ah! I forgot to put out my jellyfish. Okay. Andy did get first.
Okay.
Oh, he got critical.
Yeah, we missed it. It's okay. I would rather miss it and not die.
He's just standing there.
Yeah. He wasn't really sure who he wanted to attack there. Oh, you're jellyfish, apparently.
I'm okay with that. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!
Okay.
No! Okay, that's fine. Oh, his friend is here.
Yep.
His friend is now here.
Get the critical on him.
Yeah.
Oh.
I tried.
It's okay, it's okay.
Oh no, I'm dead.
It's okay.
I believe! Throw rocks at him!
I'm trying.
The gargoyle has been perceived. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm against the wall, aren't I? Fuck.
Yeah. Run away! Oh no. Oh my god. That was so close. Woo! Ah! Oh no, rock!
Yeah.
Oh. We almost got that one though.
I know.
So close. I believe in us.
Oh, it's possible. It's happening.
Rocks! We're getting closer every single time. Except for the times that we don't. But overall, we're getting closer each time.
All in all, we're closer.
Yeah. It's good. It's fine.
Okay. Get you. Just go straight for my ruins here. Okay, he's not even paying attention to me. I love that.
No, he's paying attention to me. Oh no, oh no. Run.
Okay.
My God,
Oh, I
my
can't
God, oh my
target him
God.
because there's rocks in the way.
rocks! You fuck.
Oh, come on. I totally dodged that shit.
Wendy did a thing! He's back, baby! That's very exciting. As somebody who doesn't even follow hockey, I know that much. Oh, no. I missed it. Oh! Oh, I managed to avoid it.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Just casting my spell. That sucks.
Oh, fuck. I still have my bow out. Shit. Why do I still have my bow out? Oh, his friend is here. Why is my bow out? I'm not... Oh, I've hit the button too many times.
Oh. Yeah, so the one thing about this game that you have to kind of remember but sucks, like when you're panicking, is it has what's called input queue, and you can't like spam because it'll just like do all of the things that you just pushed even after you push
Sure.
other buttons.
I didn't realize that it would roll through. I thought it would just...
Yeah. Oh, come on, please.
I believe...
Oh, no, I hit the... Oh, fuck. I used the wrong flask. I might not be able to make this. Oh, somehow I did. Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Wall.
Yep. Okay, he's dead. Okay.
Hell yeah. You got this. He's got a teeny tiny little hand. I'm sorry that I've abandoned you.
It's okay.
Need.
Fuck. It's a bad dodge on my part.
Mega usually scored after that comeback from G. Yeah, he hasn't played in 2 years. Oh no.
Dude, just let me heal. Like, just chill, okay?
Oof.
I'm out of heals.
Oh no. Would that I could give you some of mine. I have 6. I did a really good job. You got this. You got this, bestie.
I don't got this. Okay.
It's okay, but this time we're doing better every time. And this, I'll be back and I can help.
It's doable. It's fucking doable, dude.
We got this. I believe. Get celebrated.
Okay, it's fine. All right,
Oh my
let's go.
goodness.
Okay, it's fine.
Where did I die? Where did I die? All the way the fuck over there. Get hyped, idiot. I'm so hyped.
Right, where
Oh, no.
are my fucking runes, though?
Oh,
Behind
no.
him. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, okay. No, don't do that. Get your runes first. Get your runes first. Oh no. Okay. You may now challenge the area boss. It's about time.
Yeah, you couldn't before, but you can now.
Stop moving.
Ooh.
Stop moving. Do it. Taunt it. Oh, I set him on fire a little bit. Uh-oh, his friend is here.
Okay.
Oh, his friend killed me.
Oh, okay.
I was about to switch my view over to him, and I switched my view over to a blade. Ugh.
And he knows that? Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. If they invited you knowing that, like, it's not your thing.
Hopefully it was truly by accident.
Mm.
Okay, this time I'm going to pay attention to when his friend comes to join the party.
When he gets to just about half, his friend joins the party.
I heard his friend. I just...
Alright, let me get my runes, please. Please, let me get my runes. No? You're not going to? Okay, cool. Thank you for that.
Running.
Oh, get out of the poison, you fucking idiot. Okay. My character literally just, like, stayed stun-locked in the poison.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm a baby. Don't hurt me. Oh, you just murdered the fuck out of my... Oh, I'm still here. Okay. Okay. We're doing great. We're not dead yet. Nope. Okay.
That does so much damage to him. You just have to be so careful of your own health.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I won't get stuck in the poison this time like a dumbass. Like, I just, like, got in the poison and then she was just like, and I was like, no, don't just stand there.
Oh!
Please don't stand there.
God, please no.
And I'm like, oh my God, why?
How dare you?
She's like, this hurts. Oh, ow. Yes, move.
Why would you do this to me? Like, I'm trying to not let you do this. Please, God, listen to me.
Ow, this is really painful. Okay, well that's not very fair. Oh my gosh. Can you get out of my face for like a second?
Jellyfish?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it's my turn. Hello, sir. Uh-huh.
Yeah, get critted in the face.
Why? Why did you switch weapons again?
Okay, his friend's probably gonna join soon.
Yep.
Because he's about half. Yep, there he is. Okay.
Okay. Drink a potion. Do the blood slash. Oh. I'm running.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, he's gonna be dead in... Now, okay. Second one. Okay, we can do this. Yep.
I didn't know he was behind me. Oh god.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get his attention here. Okay, I have his attention. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay.
Poison.
Oh, okay.
Okay, crit. Oh, there's poison. It's not worth.
Okay. Get out of your own poison. bitch. Don't die, don't die, don't die!
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to run to him.
Alright, I need him off of me so I can heal.
Oh,
Okay.
Shit.
Okay.
No. Fuck.
Okay, he's on me. Oh. Oh, he is so jumpy.
He's a very bouncy
I've got
boy.
one hit left. I gotta get out of here. Okay.
Oh no! Oh god! He is so jumpy! You're correct. You're correct with the amount of jumpy that he is.
Do you have heals?
Oh,
Do you have
sure.
heals? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Because I'm still a little bit poisoned. Thank you, Ferret. That was my last heal. Oh shit. This. So I can do my blood. Okay. We'll see. I'm coming in.
I can't. His head's too high up. I can't get it. It's okay. We so got this. Yes! Oh my god!
With the blood! Blood murder!
Let's
Yeah.
go. Oh, my heart is pounding right now. Okay, we need to find the Grace that's on the other side over here.
Because I'm still poisoned.
Yep, watch your health, watch your health.
I have no health.
Okay, we're almost there, we're almost there.
We're good. Oh my god, we did it. That was stressful.
That's notoriously one of the more difficult kind of mid-game bosses.
Oh.
Okay, level up. Let's go. We earned that.
I can finally level up.
We earned that.
Oh my god.
Ooh, and you got a Chivo for that.
Hell yeah. Oh. The gargoyles. I cannot imagine doing that by myself, though.
It's
I'm just gonna
very,
throw that out.
it's very stressful.
Although, to be fair, I can't imagine doing most of this game by myself, because I'm a weenie.
Okay. Oh, here you do, so you get cutscene.
Rest in coffin.
Yeah, that's where you go to rest. That's like a normal place to rest, right?
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, Ferret, look at my antlers! I am a moose!
Moose. Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
Don't even worry about it, perfectly normal. We did do the thing. We only died... Okay, I say we. I only died many times in pursuit of those antlers.
The boss on the way was a little rough. He turned into a meteor and blew up in Gigi's face.
Because I didn't know what was happening. I was doing so good, though!
You were doing really good, that's true.
Make the boy moose go, 0 deaths. Correct. I've never died. I've never died in this game, and I never will. Where are we?
We are in deep root depths. We are underground. So we like don't really technically like need to be here. There is like an achievement boss that we can do if we want to, but we don't really need to be here. We can continue the story. Well, okay, let's fight this guy. No, let's not fight this guy.
I don't know what the deal is with the story, so I'm cool with fighting a little bossy boss.
Okay. For some chivos.
For a chibi.
For a little cheebs.
Who's this man? Oh, god damn it. Once again, I have my bow selected.
Oh my gosh, not a bow.
I know, like an idiot.
Not a bow. Not a bow. Get it?
Face in your face.
Yeah. Astronaut voice. Hi, Astro. How are you? Welcome in.
An Astro? An
Astro.
Are you like Katy Perry? Are you as much of an astronaut as Katy Perry is?
Oh, yeah. Listen, she's been to Spice. She been to Spice.
Oh, I died. I got distracted by chat and
Oh, no.
auto-modding. Oh, is that the man that we were just fighting? Is Mr. Poopy Butthole?
Woo!
Oh. Hello, my name is Beer7. I'm going to assume that you're calling this man that we are fighting Mr. Poopy Butthole. I helped.
You did so good.
Howdy.
Now we need his Yaga appearance. Ooh, that was like 10,000 runes.
Avatar.
That was a lot of runes.
Howdy. Oh,
I see
probably
a.
picked up my runes before I went back in to fight. That was really stupid.
Oh yeah, that was. Oblivion got a fatal error. Good old Bethesda.
Oh,
Good old Bethesda.
Guys. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's an ant?
Yeah.
It's a giant ant?
Yeah. I'm not a fan of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. That seems like a really great idea. Ah! There are 2 ants! 2 ants!
Ants being ants?
Ants in my pants!
Can you stop slamming me with your ant head?
Not the ant.
Oh my gosh. Anthony!
Getting antsy. I'm constantly antsy. Okay, sir?
One more hit. Yeah, okay, I got one.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I should stop trying to use my bow.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Your bow is
don't-
probably not the option down here.
Okay, I am dead. Why?
Okay, we can come back here. We can come back here. This is.
Oh, he's got a stinger in his butt. He's trying to hit you with his butt for sure. I do not consent to being stung in with the butt. No, don't
All
hurt
right,
me. I need my
ant.
room.
Wow. Wow.
Don't.
Don't. Just don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I want my runes, and then we should not be in deep root.
I don't like him. I don't. Okay, I'm dead. I don't like them. Why? Why do these exist? They're like vaguely.
I killed him.
And I don't like it.
Get shit done.
Get shit done.
Get shit
Get
done.
shit-
Get shit done. All right, but we should not be here. We should leave here.
Okay. We should not.
We should not be here anymore. Okay.
Okay.
So
where do we go?
I suggest that we go to. I want to go to like Mount Gelmir and stuff. So, shit. What's the best way there, though? Northern Liurnia Lakeshore, maybe?
Sure. I'm okay with that. For those of you just joining us who are not aware, this is my first time playing. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening either, and it's not my
Following-
first time playing.
I'm following Pink around like a lost little puppy dog and murdering like puppy dogs do.
We haven't explored Eastern Liurnia literally at all. Like, at all.
Let's go.
It's so empty. No, I want to go to... Oh, actually, I lied. I'm sorry for lying. Let's go to the Grand Lift of Dectus again.
Sure.
Let's just do the easy way, and let's take Raya's hand to Volcano Manor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the most sense.
Obviously.
Hi, Krolix. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. But the most important thing of this entire playthrough happened today, and that's that we got our antlers.
It's true.
So. Oh, cutscene?
Yeah, I'm skipping it though. It's the same cutscene for taking the lift.
I gotcha. 'Cause
Yeah.
I got cutscene the first time.
We're just taking the lift again.
Oh, we're in the pretty place.
Yeah. We're going to go this way.
Oh, those are giant men.
There's our giant men. Those are actually giant golems.
I thought they were statues, but they are
They are not statues at all.
They are in fact men.
That is correct.
They're like statues,
Sort
but they are
of.
statues that move and then murder.
Murdery tattoos.
I need to remember that's not how you sprint on these fucking horses.
Tap, tap, tap.
Tapey, tapey, tapey.
Can you get off your horse? See, look, this is what it feels like to be strong again.
You say as I literally just about die.
No.
No. Ow. Don't. Do not. Excuse me. What are you doing? I murdered so many. Look at the pile of bodies.
You did such a good pile. Wow.
Thank you.
Alright, where's this lady?
This lady.
Yeah.
Wow. It's lovely. Stairs. Do we want to go down these stairs?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm get this beetle.
You did it.
Murder. We switched back to The Last of Us. There's always a murder pile. Don't even worder.
Worder. Don't even worder a
Don't
birder.
even birder.
Don't even worder birder.
Oh. There's a boss down there. Oh, are you in the boss?
Yeah.
Oh. Worder?
She's never strong.
Oh, I have my bow selected again. Like a
How do you
genius.
keep doing that?
I genuinely do not know because I'm not pressing triangle at all. I have my bow selected again. What is happening?
Maybe you need to.
Bit of order.
You need to take it off.
It's doing good though.
It is. You're being so helpful.
So helpful. The most helpful. You've never seen anybody as helpful. Ooh, a talisman.
Yeah, the ritual sword talisman is pretty decent.
Sword.
It's pretty decent.
Descent.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're supposed to be looking for that girl who's like, hello? Hello, do you have my necklace? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Turtle ducks. What
So
are
we
turtle?
can...
Are they ducks with turtle shells? A turtle. A good old turtle
A
duck.
turtle.
Hi-ti-ti-ti-ti-ti-ti.
Is she not at Lux? Am I misremembering? Listen, this game is so big. You can't expect me to remember everything, guys, okay? I just can't. I just can't. Oh wait, I think Lux Ruins is actually 2 sets of ruins. Isn't it? Isn't there another one kind of belowish?
Several prints of adorable cats. Amazing. Turtle duck. Every now and then there is a duck with a shell, and we call it turtle duck.
Turtle duck.
Every now and then that turtle duck gets a bitchin', but it's okay cause it's really cute.
Turtle duck.
Right.
Oh god, why?
I have seen the literal music video of that song. It's one of my favorite things in the entire universe. Trying to remember which one is my favorite. I can't remember. Oh, hello.
Is she here yet? Is she here? Where is she?
How do I get down to there?
I touched Grace.
Yeah, but I want to know how to get down.
Oh, I just kind of went where it looked like, yeah, right there. I was like, it looks like I can jump down here.
Take on Me, I also saw the literal music video of that.
Wait, did we not do this?
We didn't do anything. Ever. Oh, it's turn around bright eyes over surprised guy. I like that part. That's my favorite part.
Uninstalled and reinstalled. All right, stay here. I want to see if she's at the other, like, there's supposed to be a girl here that's going to take us to Volcano Manor.
Okay, I hang. There's a Seeb. I'm gonna get the Seeb.
Yeah, get the Seeb. Get to the Seeb.
I'm gonna murder some sheep.
Sheeb, Seeb.
Sheep, Seeb. A girl. Give me your bones. Oh. Oh, God. The sheep got frozen.
Oh, when I fast traveled, maybe?
Oh, probably. And then, like, suddenly exploded after it registered the damage that I gave to it.
Alright, if she's not over here, we might have to take the not so fun way. She's not here.
That's
Okay. Okay. Alright. Welp.
Are you about to murder me?
Are you close to a level?
I don't know.
Yeah, you are. You have
Find out.
30k.
Yes.
Alright, level up, because we have to die to get to this place. Because if
We
she's...
have to die?
Yeah, if she's not gonna teleport us, we have to take another trip.
And that requires dying? Or we are probably just going to die?
No, we have to be eaten by a very specific monster.
Okay.
Yeah. Trust me, it'll be fine. We just have to be eaten by a monster.
I believe you. Get eated. Okay.
So we have to go back into the academy. And I think if we go to the debate parlor.
One would say abducted.
Abducted? Like a virgin.
Abducted for the very first time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're just sliding. Okay, now your legs are moving. You were just gliding
Oh.
across the
Magic.
Whee!
Whee!
Gonna murder. Get slashed. Ow.
We have to
ow.
go back and we have to take a clip of Gigi killing herself earlier at some point.
Which one?
No, like literally when you killed yourself, like using your attack.
Oh, that one? Oh,
I'm dead. No, I'm alive. I'm dead. No, I'm alive.
let's go. Yeah, that was a little silly of me.
Just a little bit.
I was just so excited to be alive that I just wanted to murder. Is that so terrible?
The house elves have been on strike. They're not about that life All right, let's go.
I wonder if it's just this area because it was kind of fine, but now I'm getting the flickers again.
Really?
Mm.
Okay. Okay.
It's
Okay.
like
okay.
where buildings are.
It's probably just where there's a lot of like detail.
Ow. Sure.
Yeah, it's probably just like places with a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Probably furk with you.
They got a sock?
All right.
Just giving Dobby a sock. Dobby is free.
All right. Did you follow me? No, you didn't. Okay, this way.
I got distracted.
Okay. So we're gonna ride this thing all the way down. Remember how we could go all the way to the other side and go back down? And there was that like that scary machine lady thing with on wheels.
Uh-huh.
We have to like, let her eat us.
We have to let the lady on wheels eat us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
But specifically, we have to get eaten. We can't get killed by any of the other attacks. We have to get eaten. So she'll like open and her little arms will come out and grab you.
I just shove you in her face.
Mm-hmm. In her belly, actually.
Oh, she eats us with her belly, not with her mouth?
Yeah.
Are we just getting spilt out onto
Uh-huh.
the ground?
There she is. There she is. Okay, so that is a regular attack. Don't let that kill you.
Okay.
It's this. Oh, okay.
Nope.
Wait, why is her belly open if she's not gonna grabbies? Grab me. Okay, that was a little debate there.
Nope.
No, we want to
Did
get
you
eaten. What are you doing, lady? Yeah, there it is. Grab. Yeah. Okay.
Goodbye!
You're gonna get killed all the way? Yay! All right.
Goodbye, cruel world!
Goodbye, cruel world! Alright, I'm gonna try to be behind you. Okay, don't kill me with that. Just grab me. Grab me.
Volcano manure.
Oh, wait! You did a grab after. I didn't get grabbed. Okay, let me see if I can get grabbed.
Oh, Lord!
Do a grab? Why are you doing a grab after that? Just grab me.
Don't fall down that way. Okay. I almost
Grab.
did the thing.
There we go. Okay.
I very almost did the thing.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, lava doesn't kill you.
Lava doesn't kill me.
No. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. You just walk really fucking slow in it.
Okay.
Does this death count? I mean, I technically lose my runes, so yeah, count it. But it was an intentional death because I wanted to get over here. But technically you lose your... Like, you can't do this in, like, a deathless run. Like, if you were doing deathless, you would have to go, all the way around to Volcano Man. And I just, like... Chaos told me, he's like, I've never gone that way. He's like, I always just go through the abductor in Volcano Manor, or I just walk through Mount Gelmir. And I'm like, how, like... I've never happened to just stumble on Volcano Manor that way. Like, everybody plays this game so differently. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
You're crazy. Crazy girl.
You crazy girl.
Oh, it is freaking out in here.
We won't be in here super long.
That's okay.
Whee. But yeah, it's funny that lava doesn't kill you.
It does hurt me, though.
It does hurt, but it does not kill, which is what most people assume when they're like, oh my god, lava. They're like, no, it's fine.
I mean, I assume it will. If it hurts you enough, you'll die.
Yeah. For sure.
But it's not instant death.
No, and you, like, the fact that you just walk really slow through it, I find so dumb.
I'm helping.
Yep. I got it. It's all good. Until I run out of magic.
Yeah.
Right, this you can't land in though.
I don't know where you are. Okay.
Whee!
Oh. Ow. Ow.
Oh.
Ow. 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 Okay. I could not escape that.
No, you can't. But I didn't even see him fall. Rip?
I saw him
Nah.
fall, but... Ow, 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 ow. Oh, she cast a spell and then died, and then the spell still got me. Okay.
Yeah.
That bitch. I don't know why I'm checking. I know I don't have enough runes to level up. That was stupid.
Oh no, we died on purpose, remember? Yeah.
Yep, I forgot. Habit.
Yeah, we died on purpose.
On porpoise.
Oh, okay, I guess I'll just miss every single spell then. That's fine. I was actually thinking maybe I should just miss every spell instead. It's over there. Is that worth...
Whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever that is over there.
I'm intrigued by it.
I'm pretty sure it's only a white rarity though, so whatever it is not like super crazy.
Super crazy.
Oh, this is definitely.
Oh yeah, I see it. It has that cracked floor.
Yeah. The other one looked like it, but I guess it wasn't.
I guess not.
I guess not.
Ooh.
Astra, what you been up to? What's
What you
new in the astronaut voice world? Or what's old? I don't know.
What's good? Or
What's
what's
bad?
What's neutral? Oh.
I don't even remember who this is, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Two of these bitches. Okay. That's fine.
Ow.
That's fine. It's fine. They're not so bad.
I'm trying to switch out my shit.
Oof, okay. Well, shit.
No, let me go.
Stop eating my friend!
Did you die?
Yeah, because I was watching you get eaten.
Oh no.
It's okay. Just chillin'.
Just chillaxing.
Chillin'.
Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I was trying to escape and I could not!
It's okay. Now that I know that this is who this is, I can prepare better. It's fine.
He's fine.
It's fine. We got this. Easy
I believe.
peasy lemons squeezy. I'm gonna see what this thing is though,
Cheesy.
because I'm curious.
Weeby.
I'm curious. My nose itches again. Oh, it's a smithing stone far.
Which kind of feels useful.
I mean, it is useful. Oh. Probably shouldn't be using any magic along the way, though. If I was smart. If I was a person who was smart.
I'll jump to the lava.
Don't touch it, it burns. It burns. It burns your butt.
It burns. Don't touch it.
Oh, it's so dark.
We got this time. Easy.
Where the fuck?
Easy.
Oh, gotta fall down. That's right.
Yeah, down.
I was like, where the fuck?
I'm going in. I'm just gonna go in. There's no point in waiting.
Okay.
Oh. I mean, that, like, didn't actually hit me, but sure. Alright, what's the better one, I wonder? Maybe... Ooh, okay, that does, like, pretty decent damage, though.
Oh shit, the blood just fucking wrecked her.
Ooh.
Okay.
Come on. Alright, it's all you, because I got stuck in the spin to win move there.
Oh shit, my runes.
Yeah. That move got me, yeah. There you go, nice.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Nice, your
Oh my
jellyfish
God,
just did the
my
crit.
jelly just fucking crushed it.
Oh!
Oh no. Well, that's it.
No,
Good
you
night.
might live. Oh, no, you didn't live. Okay.
I almost had it. My blood did a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. You really
But now
almost
we
did
know-
have that one. You did almost have that one. Hi, Horseman.
Rip indeed, Ferret. Rip indeed.
That was close,
Hello,
though.
horseman.
Horseman?
Horseman?
A man horse?
Centaur.
Centaur.
Oh no. Rest in pepperonis. That would be a very
Greasy.
No, dummy, it's 4 centaurs. You're right. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Ow.
How embarrassing.
Horseman, but which half? What if it's not? What if it's the top half? But like, so
Top
it's
half
like,
horse, bottom part man.
yeah. Okay.
What if the half is like vertical? Oh god.
And he has to like
An
stand on
actual
his like
nightmare.
he has to like stand on his 2 hands like.
Oh hell yeah, Jelly. Hell yeah, get it. Get it. Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, my nose itches.
I got swallowed.
My ear itches. Everything itches.
Oh no, my runes!
Oh no! Alexa, stop. You're so many runes. Don't do it. No, no, you did it. Didn't want you to do that, though.
I'm upset.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot. This is the 3rd time today that I've forgotten to get my runes, or have failed to get my runes.
No. 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 Please. Please.
I believe.
Eat
She's
rocks.
coming for you.
Eat rocks.
Oh,
That,
man.
it doesn't hit me though, and that's what drives me crazy. Is that sometimes that, I swear that doesn't actually hit me. I'm stuck. Like, there we go.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay, 1 down, now. Pay attention.
Crush it.
Turn around. Turn your camera. Okay. 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 Back up. Shit. I was casting. That sucks. Back up. Back up.
Run away. You keep running past where my runes are. And I'm like,
I can't see them. It's funny.
I know. Like, my runes.
Get out. Ah, get out of here, please.
Whoa!
Eat one more rock. There we go. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
The Inquisitor's grind hole.
Grind hole. Yeah.
I can't believe I did that.
Okay, there's a grace right
That's
here.
not
though.
true. I can definitely.
There's a grace right here. It's all good. Grace.
What a dingus.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it. Dingus. Oh, I'm all the way the fuck. I can.
Yeah, just
zoom
travel
to you,
here.
though.
It's right here.
Is it the? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's the only other one.
Yeah. Okay.
And go
Well,
get your
I'll get
wounds.
these ones. Whatever remains. 10,000 runes from murdering the boss.
Hey, that's runes.
It's runes.
It's runes. All right. I suggest horse.
Okay. Oh, I almost missed.
Oh, I suggest not missing on horse.
That would have been dumb. But I promised that I wasn't going to make that same. Ooh, Grace. I
Is that
wasn't gonna fall down.
Zendaya? Oh no, she's not UK. I don't know who that is. All right, so which way do we go now? Sea the Water River. Oh, Volcano Manor. So we want to go to one. So we want to go that way. This way. Ooh, we want this. We want this guy right here.
I missed.
We got it. Barrage. Oh, that's good for you.
Marriage.
That's good for you. That's a
That
that's
looks
a
like an
bow.
arrow thing.
Yeah. Ooh, Seeb.
Oh, you got some shit. Seeb?
Seeb.
Oh, I got.
Careful of the giant geysers.
Oh no, not the giant geysers.
Yeah, they will hurt you. Andy, I said the exact same thing. I said Zendaya, and then I was like, oh wait, she's not from the UK.
She's not British.
She's not British.
If you do die to a giant geyser, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Tomorrow Holland. I love Tomorrow Holland. I'll take these hefty bones. Oh no.
Did I go to the movies today? No, it's Thursday.
Ooh, what are you gonna go see?
Thursday night. Thunderbolts.
Oh. I'm gonna take these volcanic stones and I'm gonna put them in my packet.
You pack it.
My packet. Oops.
Did you get hit by a giant geyser?
I sure did.
Oh no.
Ferret, I'm so sorry.
Ferret.
Ferret, I'm so sorry. Oh no.
No, it's not a date. It's with a work friend. A girl work friend, guys, since you're so nosy.
A girlfriend.
A girlfriend. Sinners? Yeah, Sinners does look good.
I went and saw the 20th anniversary Pride and Prejudice in theaters twice.
Really?
I love that movie so much. Don't.
Don't do it.
Don't tell me. I need to get my shit. Oh. Did I miss the seed? I missed the seed. Well, it's a good thing I died then.
Are you gonna go back and get Seeb?
I got it.
Do you have a need for Seeb?
I have a need for Seeb.
Gosh, I'm gonna die.
There's something up there, but okay, don't worry. I know where this geyser is. Okay, I got my runes. I got my runes for good. God fucking damn it. Okay, I didn't die. I got hurt a little bit. I don't know why I didn't die.
Because you're an amazing gamer.
I am a pro gamer. Hashtag gamer.
Come here, let me hit you. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, now it's gonna blow up. Frosty, that's hardly fair, right? Do you think
I'm
we
not
know?
looking for...
Do you think we know any of that?
I was trying to get my shit back, but I did need my Seebs, or the golden Seeb.
Did you find the Seeb?
I did.
Okay,
It was right where like all the Seeb was.
Oh yeah.
I just literally didn't pick it up when we went by it the first time.
She's not looking for candy. She was looking for her runes. Those were important.
My money. My levels.
Especially after the accident earlier.
Which one?
The big one. Okay, let's see if I
Blessed
can
with
get this
hand knowledge.
prelude here.
Distracted. Get distracted so I can stab you.
Yeah. Get distracted by getting rocks in your face. Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. It would be very distracting to have rocks in your face.
I think it would be very distracting, but it didn't seem to distract him. He still wanted some of this booty, and I'm not about it.
Sometimes the boot. Oh, hello, sir.
I would so much rather you didn't throw fire at me.
Do you think
Out of your head.
fire arrows would do anything?
No, I don't think fire arrows will even phase him. He got titties.
I mean, titties are great. Can you get wrecked?
rocked.
Oh yeah, look at us go!
Get rocked. Prelet's Infernal Crozier. Crozier.
Hosier? Like Hosier?
Mm. Exactly.
Crozier,
Like
Hosier,
Hosier.
Hosier, Crozier.
Crozier, Hosier.
Look at all these barrels I can smash.
Smash.
This game is like, bitch, you like barrels? I'm gonna give you some fucking barrels. I'll tell you what, I do like barrels. Kosher, Crozier, Hosier, Crozier.
There's quite a few dead bodies up here.
Armorer's cookbook.
Number 7.
Who murdered all of the dead bodies?
That's what I would like to.
I imagine we'll probably
They'll never
find out.
find me.
Are you sneaky? my god, you're so hidden.
Who's so sneaky? Who's so sneak? It says they'll never find me. We have to find. They're so sneak. Who is that then? So you can go here, technically. Kosher? Okay. Who are we supposed to be finding then?
Is it just this guy?
I don't know.
Doesn't have any words to say. Immediately delete your DoorDash account. Oh no. Has DoorDash been a dick? Is this tree moving? Or is it just swaying in the breeze? It's just swaying in the breeze.
I think it's just swaying, yeah.
Where did you go?
Oh, back down, because I don't think there's anything else to do. I don't know.
Ah!
Oh my god, okay.
I told you I wasn't gonna die. I told you I wasn't gonna die after falling. I told you, I promised. You've been a dick to your wallet? I understand. It happens.
I wonder what, like, see, that's what I'm saying. When Chaos is like, I just walk there. I'm like, how? How do you just walk there? I mean, we can go through this. This won't kill us. Oh. Hi, worm.
Where are you?
I'm in a fight I didn't want to be in. I'm in a fight I didn't want to be in.
Oh, worm? Oh, word? Oh, worm? Oh, no. Oh, he's got some shit.
Yeah, he does fire. Oh, get his head, get his head, get his head. No, get his head. Oh, come on, that's bullshit.
He sure does do fire.
Yeah,
that feels
he does.
excessive. That feels extremely excessive. But it's okay, we learned that lava doesn't kill you, it only hurts you a little
It just
bit.
hurts you a little bit. Logically, that makes sense, right?
Oh, that's a jellyfish. That's
Said.
not my goon.
Yeah.
My bad. Was he dead? No.
No.
Oh, he is on top of me.
Oh, he's going to go blah.
Blah. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Get bled.
You have to pay to redo the class. That's kind of fucked up. I mean, I guess, like, if you fucked off all season or semester, like, that's one thing. But, like, just failing a class because you just didn't do well and then having to pay to redo it is such an, insult to injury.
I died.
I see. I'm trying.
He, like, landed on my head. I still had decent health, too, which is surprising.
Got him. I get him.
Thank you, you avenged my death.
I did it. Haba.
I've been avenged.
Avenge me.
A new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Well, that didn't get very much runes.
I think it was only like 20,000 or something.
20,000? I only have 16.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
So he only gave like 6.
Excuse me. Don't do that.
Hey, excuse.
Don't do that. That's rude. Runes. 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 Ooh, runes.
Ooh.
Runes.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy. Okay.
What is this? Rolling magma.
Magma.
Oh, roiling magma. I can't read apparently. What is that noise?
Something big and scary.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bear.
Oh no. I don't want it. I don't want it.
There's a thing up there that he's guarding, though.
Up where?
Behind his butt.
No, I don't want it. It's not worth it.
Oh no. It's not worth it.
I don't.
It's not
It's
worth
not worth it. Ooh, Grace. Grace.
Whee! Get graced.
Get graced on.
Oh, guess who can't level up because she forgot to get her runes? It's me!
Oh no. Oh, a pulley crossbow.
Ooh.
Mm.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Sparkle, sparkle.
Hermit village. None of these are hermits. These are just people who want to kill me. Oh, Maggie. Oh. Okay, fine. I'll fight you, Maggie.
Oh.
Yeah, the thing about Maggie that sucks is everyone around. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm dead.
It's fine.
I just got fucking wrecked.
Yeah, as soon as I started fighting her, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that you have to kill like everybody around her first because you'll just get sniped.
I got like absolutely pummeled. I got pin cushion.
That is accurate, yeah.
You know what I'm not gonna forget to do this time?
What?
Get my runes.
Oh yeah, that's probably important.
Got like 16,000.
Yeah, see, that's what I said. You're gonna start like gaining them much faster, but you'll also start losing them much faster.
The runes. The runes.
Oh, oh my. Okay, I didn't even get my runes because I just got fucking slammed from behind by this big guy.
Oh no.
Well, my 16k are gone.
I don't know what that's like. Okay, leave me alone.
They're making a split fiction movie.
They're making a split fiction movie? Since when? Don't. Okay, I got my runes. I'm running. Oh my god. Alright, okay.
Oh my gosh.
How have I missed every single thing?
Son of a bitch.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I gotta switch to
I'm over
this,
here
yeah.
just fighting fucking monkeys right now? Okay, listen.
I know, I know.
Who just threw fire at me? Don't. Okay. The problem, there's just so many.
I know. That's yeah, that big one is the one that got me.
I'm dead. You can stop. I've died.
They are not concerned with your death.
They're not nice. These gentlemen are in fact quite rude.
Wolfie, I appreciate the dedication, Wolfie. All right, I'm going to drop my archers here. Okay, start with you. Okay, here's big boy already. Okay. Okay.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Look at somebody else. Oh my god. How did you... I was in the middle of fighting you. How did you get me before I hit you? That's what I want to know.
Okay. Who is... God, who is sniping everywhere? Oh, she does too? Okay, well that I actually... This makes sense that I didn't realize.
There's a fucking... Ow, don't. Oh my god.
The worst part is the
This
boss.
bitch!
The boss is actually really, really weak. It's all these fuckers that are guarding her.
I don't like them.
Like, she's actually really, like, squishy.
She knows. She's like, I need the lion, the witch, the audacity of this bitch.
It's true, though.
Ugh. Fine. Get my runes. And then get murdering.
Oh, who is already spitting fire? Let's not do that. Dude. This guy, like, the second he smells me, he's like, dead. Murder.
Here, take care of me. Oh, someone is right on my ass. Leave my ass alone.
Okay, one of them gone.
Fair least. Now, I have my runes,
Okay.
which is all that matters. Why are you throwing shit at me?
They're gone. They're dead. Who else? You're not a person.
Yep.
Okay.
This out, asshole.
Okay.
Don't with your bullshit right now.
Okay.
We got this. We got this. We just need to team up. Ow.
Y'all need to stop, like, jumping around like little monkeys.
What do you think you are? Monkeys? Okay. We've made some progress.
Okay. Can you, like, I've pressed the button to fill my magic like 3 times already. Alright.
Okay. Yes. And then I'm going to re-summon my spirit over here where the people are. I wanna murder where the people murder.
Okay.
Oh, I can't.
That's one.
Okay.
Okay, that's one. It's 2. Okay.
Where's all my shit? Why could I not? Okay.
Oh. Okay. Now I need to get this guy.
Oh, I don't have any more arrows. Okay, he's dead.
Okay, let's not Let's not do that, please. Okay.
There's a rock in the way. Don't. Ow. I'm going into battle and I require your strongest potions.
Your finest potions, please. Oh, she does not stay down very long. Okay, well.
Correct?
Unfortunate.
Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that now. Oh, why do I have my bow out? Okay. Automod, calm down. Automod's being a little bitch. Oh, shit. Heal.
Nice. She doesn't stay down for very long at all.
Ow! I got smashed. Run. Right in the
Got her.
butt.
Good job, team.
Yay! We didn't die.
You didn't die. Yay!
Automod really is anti-butt tonight, which is really disappointing.
Sir. Yay!
No, Ferret, if you want to piss off Automod, you know what you need to put in there.
Pee-pee and poo-poo.
And also poo-poo?
And also poo-poo.
It was Alaska, but it seems fine now.
My automod one time blocked French.
It did freak out at Alaska. Pee-pee, poo-poo. Can I level up? I sure can once. Let's do endurance, because I keep running out of stamina.
Yeah, no, it doesn't do it anymore because we've okayed it, but yeah. Like 2 years ago it blocked French and we were like, what? Why?
No French Alaskans allowed, I guess. Sorry, Canada.
Things Automod has blocked some yeah, it really has. Alright, I don't know. Can we like survive this? I think so.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what Automod had a problem with yesterday. It had no issue with the word titties in the message. It was something else in the message that it had an issue with.
Titties.
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 I don't even know what this is, honestly. I just walked in here like, what is this?
Whee! No, so the sentence that it said included the word titties, but the word that it blocked was some other word in it, and I don't remember what it was.
And it was not titties?
It was not titties.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to do this.
Like some... Yeah, that's right. It was slap. It was slap. The sentence was slap him in the titties, and it had an issue with the word slap.
I suggest we don't do this.
Okay. Is this bad?
Yeah, this is not fun.
Okay.
This is not a fun time.
Is this a better time for later?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is definitely a later time. This is definitely a later time. All right.
Listen, it's important to know where Automod's priorities are. Automod wants to protect the titties. No slapping.
Wait, can you get here from here? It's not a thing, is it? Do you just go this way and you just go around?
Where are we going?
I'm trying to get back into the volcano. Like, I'm trying to get where we were before. But we have to, like, go around? Oh, I hear wolves.
I made a mistake.
Oh, okay.
I walked.
How dare?
Oh! And then wolves appeared. Sorry, puppies. Oh.
That does lots of damage.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
This one's an Angie wolf. Oh, you're just after me. Sure. Oh,
Dead.
just throwing rocks at a dog.
Listen, I don't discriminate.
Spicy dogs.
I'm an
What if you're
equal
into
rock
it?
opportunity.
Automod kink shames. Slapping titties.
It does. That is true. One of the
Oh,
clone
shit.
dire wolves.
Ow. What?
Oh, is there more things over there to fight?
There was just wolves remaining.
Oh, one more wolf.
No longer.
No longer.
No longer. Oh, another one. Oh, he was sleeping. I'm so sorry.
Oh, TG.
I'm very sad now. I'm gonna murder this bird.
I'm so
God
sad I'm gonna
fucking-
murder this bird.
The two were
Unrelated.
How did you get up there?
Ladder. Ladders.
I was murdering wolves. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, piece of cake. There's a person. What's this? What is this?
A pulley bow. Wow.
What's this? It
Oh
doesn't
wait,
do
that's where
anything.
we're trying to go. Like all the way there.
Wait, there's somebody I could talk to. Where did they go? I am Confucian.
No.
Talk.
Don't be confusion.
Oh!
Oh, men.
Patches!
Catch is a houlihan.
That's a houlihan!
Tell him he a bitch and he abandoned us during the Radahn fight.
Just die.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, bye, Patches. Where did you just die?
I don't know.
Why did you just die?
I don't know. Everything's terrible.
There's two small men.
Everything's terrible.
Oh, shit. He's got, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's got... Oh. Okay, I also died. He has a very long spear.
He got a big stick.
I mean, good for him, but I was not prepared to be stabbed with it.
It's true though, not all of us can be butt wranglers. Not all of us are cut out for it.
Those two quotes work to go together well. I do know a lot of money words. Kablam! Where did I die? Over here.
Okay, let's go get my runes back and not get killed again.
You're making some.
The
very large
main
assumptions.
point is not get killed again.
The main point is get runes back. Oh, it's these men.
Yeah, these men. They hurt me.
Fucking men.
Listen, I've been saying that it's a problem. No one
Listen, I agree.
no one listens to me.
I listen to you because I want to go up. I guess it's a ladder. It's not.
There's very many men. So many men.
Too many men. Too many men. Many men. Men?
Unacceptable!
I will take these fire arrows. Thank you very much. Oh.
Oh, pumpkin.
Oh, there's the pulley bow that you were talking about. I want to jump down, but I know that that's a bad idea. And I promised that I wasn't gonna die due to falling anymore in this stream. So we're not just gonna jump off of the watchtower as much as I would like to. Oh, hello, sir. I'm so sorry about your friend that you were clearly just mourning. Oh, hello,
Oh, I did
other
it.
man.
Oh, I did it. I killed the pumpkin.
Sorry, I was murdering men.
Oh, I was too, but I killed the pumpkin. Specifically the pumpkin.
Why are there so many men?
It's a problem. I keep telling you. Oh, is this where Patches was? And now he's saying to go somewhere else?
Maybe.
Rainbow stones lead the way to riches? You're lying to me.
What are all these things I can loot? Why are there so many dead bodies everywhere?
Rainbow stones lead the way to riches. I feel like this is a trick. Oh my god, is he gonna kick me? No, I have too many runes. I have too many runes, and I bet you this fucker's gonna kick me.
They set me on fire. There we go. That's the shit I'm here for.
I don't trust you, Patches. I don't trust you. I feel like you're gonna kick me. What should we do? Not get kicked. Gigi, can you come test this? How many runes do you have? No, you have too many runes too. We'll come back. We'll come tap back and test it when I'm not full of runes.
Are you eating your friend? What are these men doing?
I don't know.
I don't trust it. Gigi, come test this. Come test to see if you're gonna die.
I was just concerned about the rune, you know, economy.
I understand. I mean, where we're at right now is not too far away from a grace, so it wouldn't be too terrible. Oh, I can read a massage. Oh, rainbow stones lead the way to riches. What were you wanting me to do?
I want to see what happens if you follow the rainbow stones, but I think he's gonna kick you.
I'll follow the rainbow stones.
And then there's another one.
Oh, I saw one.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
yeah,
over.
Patches
Yeah, and then the other way, and then it's over there by the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll follow them. I'll test it.
Okay.
I'm in a cutscene.
I know. Me too.
He's gonna kick me off the edge. Yep. Goodbye!
You lived?
I don't know. Did I live?
Bullshit.
I had full health, I guess.
You
Where did it-
lived.
Thanks, Patches.
Did it bring both of us down there? I hope it brought both
I don't
of
know.
us. Let's see.
Is this where we wanted to be?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I still have full health. Hello.
So you survived that. That's kind of bullshit. I could have tested it the whole time.
But don't worry, these guys have very large eyeballs.
They
It's
are. They're
very concerning.
basilisks. Don't get the black stuff they spit out. Don't let your bar get full of that. That's instant death.
Gotcha. I don't want to be petrified.
Yeah, basically, it's kind of petrifying. It's called Death Blight, but yeah.
I mean, traditionally that's what Blasphalisks?
Blasphilus? Okay.
Oh, I got some
Oh
shit.
no, we are low down. Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Is
He
this
said,
not where
well,
we
when
wanted
he
to
said
be?
stay away from Volcano Manor, I thought he was gonna be like, stay away from Volcano Manor. Here it is.
I can see with my lantern.
Oh, look, we can level.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Spend our shit.
Mm-hmm.
What do I want?
What do I
Maybe I'll
want?
do more arcane for my blood. Blood. I help.
Bolt. Oh yeah, this is all poison.
What?
It's
Oh,
poison.
Poisson.
Mm-hmm. Poisson.
Well, I don't like that.
Oh, I don't like
I wanna be
this.
poisoned. Well, I tried to help. I am officially Poisson. Oh. I thought he was already dead. My bad.
No, he was not. He was not dead. Okay, let my poison go
We're
down.
being approached.
Oh. No, this way, this way, this way. Don't touch me. I like when you crit it, it just like goes all goopy.
He goes bleh.
Blah, 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 blah.
Bleh. Like a cat in the sun, laying
Yep.
on the ground. Bleh.
It just bleps.
I am now a liquid. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Nice.
fuck you.
Nice. Excellent teamwork. Do this, just make sure there's no secrets. Okay.
Secrets?
No secrets. Secrets don't make friends.
My friends make secrets.
Friends do make
Where
secrets.
did you go?
I just went out the hall and then around. I went this way.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I gotta wait for my poison to go down a little bit before I run.
Caelid.
Ooh, can you jump up this? Yes, but it doesn't go anywhere. Okay, fair. Fair, fair, fair. Okay. Oh, don't touch me. Oh, it's this guy here.
Oops.
This one. Okay.
Ah, I see him. I see him. I helped.
You did so good. Okay.
Why is it not? I think I'm pressing the wrong button.
No, stop spitting poisson at me.
Why did I die? Why
you-
did I die?
Because you probably were poisoned. You were probably taking
I
poison
wasn't
damage.
paying attention.
Yeah.
Shit. Whoops.
Whoopsies.
Whoopsie doodles.
What a brat. Oh. Buddy just wants to do a little claw. He just wants to sharpen his little claws. How dare you deny him? Oh, no. Okay, no, we're good. Run so fast, run so fast, run so fast, run so fast. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. I'll stab you. It's fine. Ow. Ow. Why do you hurt so much? You are just a guy.
You're just a
You're a little
dude.
slimy boy.
I'm glad that it didn't crash after you reinstalled, Wolfie. I meant to reply, sorry.
Okay, which way am I going? Oh, there's something to loot over there. Hold on. Don't. Just don't. Not what I meant to do. That was a waste.
I honestly don't know. I've kind of just like... I
He
don't
has
even
4
know.
attacks. Gotta keep track so I don't... Oh, fucking bullshit. Okay. My poison meter is full. Get my runes and get out. Okay. 'Tis but a scratch. Okay.
'Tis but a scratch. I'm just gonna attack her.
Are you?
Gigi, I really wish I could I wish I knew. I just started running to places where there wasn't poison so that I could get off, and I'm here. Maybe I'll find either a grace or something.
It's okay, that's okay. I will see if I can...
Just keep working your way down is all I can really say.
Downtown.
Yeah.
Working your way downtown. Because there's like a waterfall here, but I feel like that's probably not it.
Yeah, down. Yeah.
Yes?
You need to go
Waterfall?
down. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It felt to me like I would die. But I'm extra wary of down. 'Tis but a scratch. In a second. I will heal in a second. Oh, there's a hole here.
Ooh,
I get the feeling that that's not the way that you went. Did you go
I did
down
not
a
go
hole?
down the hole, no.
Okay. Thank you. I have healed.
Okay. I found a mushroom.
Mushroom?
Yes. Let me see if I can figure out how to explain where I am.
Well, I found a, like, hallway.
Yes.
I'm gonna go through this hall.
Yay!
Oh, hello!
Now you need to find 1 more mushroom and 11 badgers. Badger.
Go get the mushroom. We can be mushrooms together.
Where's the mushroom?
In here.
I'm not where you are. I got distracted by singing the badger song. I found you. Oh my god.
Go get
You look
it.
like a clicker.
Go get it.
You look like a clicker. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Equipment? Oh my god. I am mushroom.
Mushroom?
Do I have mushroom hands? I do have mushroom hands.
You have the whole set. It just grows out of your
mushroom
eyes.
legs. Are there mushroom legs?
Yeah.
Mushroom legs. Mushroom head.
We are mushrooms.
We are mushrooms.
We are mushrooms.
Ellie.
Illy.
Ellie. Oh my god, we're basically naked.
I know. Except for our lanterns on our hips. What are they attaching to?
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know either. But okay, let's go back. Keep going. Further into the abyss.
Oh, I went a different way than you.
It's okay.
no.
It loops. I think it loops. Or maybe it doesn't. I don't even know. But there's a boss somewhere in here.
It's probably that down that I found.
Probably.
Because there was a, like, thing where
Oh, a
you could
hole.
bring...
Yeah, I see the hole. Oh, there's a stake of
Yeah.
America here. Yeah, this is definitely a boss.
That's
We should
the words that I was
probably pass away,
Not-
though, so that I can get my stuff back. I'm changing out of mushroom, by the way, before we boss.
We should pass away? Why?
Because I don't have any, I don't have any heals or anything left. But we have a stake of America right here, so that's fine.
Gotcha. Let me be not mushroom. Yes.
Also poisoned, so just keep your eye on your health.
Yeah. So many legs.
It's the bottom one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, rats.
Oh, rat.
Rats. What is this? Poison bun dart. Okay. Oh, there's 2 ways to go once you get down here. Oh no, one of them's a dead end still. With a rune. A rune. Okay, here's the boss door. What is it? I don't know. Hopefully nothing hard so that we can beat it with no health. Okay, let's go.
No health.
Oh, okay. It's these 2 bug guys, so.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I just got shot. Immediately shot.
Okay, don't.
Zone.
But also don't. Ow. 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 Oh, okay.
That's okay. I wanted that though, so I could go into that with like full health.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Dead.
Dead. Yeah. And then, do you want to call it after this so we can get some?
Yeah.
I'm hungies. I'm hungies.
I am as well, and very tired because I've been up since 5:30 this morning.
Also that.
Ugh, like an idiot.
And then I'm going to be a good little guide, and I'm actually going to look up how to get into Volcano Manor when you aren't invited.
Bleh. Oh no. Oh no.
Because I've never not gotten the invite, and I don't know how to get there.
This way?
Yep. Oh, you're getting ready.
Yeah, I'm getting my shit.
You son of a bitch.
You may now challenge the area boss.
No. Oh, good. I got my runes. Don't worry. Runes got. Get wrecked. Ow, ow,
Ooh,
ow,
there's one
ow,
behind
ow.
me.
No. Oh, I am poisoned.
Yeah, so am I.
This whole universe is made of poison.
Pretty close to it, actually.
Ow, 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 ow. Ah, shit. Wouldn't let me heal.
Okay, I got one.
Yes, I'm
Is there
already
one? There it
dead.
is, okay.
Please stop murdering.
Nope. Hey, nope, 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 nope. Got him. Okay.
Hell yeah.
That was close. Okay.
Well done.
Okay.
I need to be able. Well, I'm dead. I'm dead.
I know.
How do?
I guess I can die. I'll just die to poison, and then we'll just both come down.
Okay. I guess I'll just die.
I will just decease.
Simply perish.
I will just decease.
Cease and desist.
Cease and deceased. That was a pretty. We killed Radahn. We went to the underground and we got our antlers. We made our way.
honestly-
We got our 2 halves of the medallion, so we made our way to Altus. We're making progress. Even though today was just a little. Today was a little side adventure.
Yeah.
Next week will be a little side adventure through the mansion,
Yeah.
the manor,
The manure.
and then
Manure.
we'll proceed through the story.
Hell yeah.
Ow. Fuck.
Steak of Marika.
A medium rare steak.
Hmm.
It sounds so good right now. Oh my god.
I know, it is 1 in the morning for me. Like, I'm not getting a steak anywhere.
Fair.
Well, not a good steak, at least.
That means that it's 11 in the PM for me.
11.
11. Yeah, thanks for the 102 runes.
Welcome. It's from a rat.
Rats. Don't. Nope, don't go to the thing. Go to the runes first.
Don't touch it. Did you get your runes?
Yeah.
Okay. Return to the entrance. Yay!
Entrance.
Ooh, perish.
Ooh, perish.
Ooh, perish.
But what if you just perish?
What if I just simply perish? Ooh.
Perish. All right. Let's go to the round table.
The
Oh, I know
table
you're
that
not.
is
I know you're
back-
not loaded back in, but that's where we're gonna end up. Is at the round table.
Perishes,
How
but
many? I need 6,000 more runes to level up. Do I have any combination of that many? 2. I will use 3 of these.
Oof. Oh, I'm here. Oh, that's right. God, that took me forever to get.
Yeah, I don't know why that one took you so long. That's weird.
I don't know. It's probably a multiplayer thing.
Yeah, well, the host definitely has to
Like-
load first, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like every time we travel someplace, like you get there way before me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. For sure.
I can definitely turn in.
Definitely.
Definitely. I'm gonna do that before I forget.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Oops.
a big boy. 7,500 runes. I don't need that many. Jeepers creepers. I just need 2 back.
Jeepers.
How many do I have? 5 of them? Bro. See you Monday. Yes. Monday, I am going to stream. By golly. By gum. Oh, shit. I need 500 more. I did bad math.
See, the Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers which he learned in Celia during his younger years. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. Yeah, he learned gravity magic so he wouldn't be too heavy for his little horsey boy.
He's just a horse girl.
He is just a horse girl, it's true.
There you go. More health, please. Okay. I have leveled. Yeah, we're gonna be like ending right now, Andy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we Andies. Good night, Andy.
But yeah. Good night, Andy. It was lovely to see you.
Don't forget to use your
see you on Monday.
separation.
Oh,
Hit you
yeah,
around.
that's right.
Okay,
I
hit
have
you
to do
around.
it.
I will hit you around, Ray. Thanks for the stream.
bye.
Thanks, Horseman.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys being patient with me.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for teaching me that I can use telescopes.
Wow, beautiful. All right,
Are we
I am
separated?
not raiding out, so I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
I
say
am-
good evening to everybody and all that. GG, thank you for playing. I'm so proud of how much you've grown.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
for also being patient with me
Yeah, of
and my
course. Of
failure
course.
to be good at the game.
No,
but just
you're
to
doing so much better.
I'm just having a good time.
You are. You're doing so much better. But all right, chat. Red Dead tomorrow. If I'm not live, it's because I have passed away.
simply perished.
I have simply perished.
And I will be on Monday doing more Last of Us.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, love
Goodbye.
you.
Goodbye.